As mentioned, a tropical storm warning where I am in the New Orleans area that was downgraded from the hurricane warning that we were under, but we still do have that hurricane warning for coastal Mississippi stretching into the western portions of the Florida Panhandle. Mobile, Pensacola, you're included in that hurricane warning. We also have a tornado watch. The atmosphere is looking a bit conducive to get some of those tornadoes to spin up for places like Mobile, Crestview, down into Panama City, so keep that in mind. Let's take a look at some of the current wind speeds. I can tell you we have gotten almost to tropical storm force winds at the Lakefront Airport in New Orleans. I've been keeping an eye on it, and we've had gusts up to 38 miles an hour. I'm sure we've seen tropical storm force gusts somewhere else in this area. And then you can see the winds all along the northern Gulf Coast are very steady in the teens and 20s. We're going to continue that flash flood watch for the places that are going to see quite a bit of rain. Rain is no longer going to be the big issue here in New Orleans. This is really the story in New Orleans, the storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain. But other places like Evergreen, Pensacola, you guys are still under that flash flood watch because we're expecting so much rain from the system. Look at some of the rain to come through Friday. Look at some of these impressive totals. We're talking a foot and a half in that red right along the coast. Locally 20 to 30 inches possible for places like Pascagoula. And then, of course, we do have that storm still spinning just off the coast, and that's going to continue the northerly wind component here around Lake Pontchartrain. So I want to show you a little bit more about what is going on here. So the waves are crashing out of the banks, and they are running down here. Now the drain is catching some of the storm surge, but it's really continuing to just collect. If you can see just behind me here, that is a parking lot, a grassy area, a picnic area where people would usually be able to, enjoy the day, but we just have a steady flow of water coming out of Lake Pontchartrain into that area. And I will tell you, the water is crossing Lakeshore Drive. That's why it's been closed since yesterday. But this is just the beginning. I can't stress enough that it's that wind energy. It's that constant northerly wind that's making the difference here. It's the wind that creates the waves anyways, and then you continue with that constant wind energy. Winds at 30 miles per hour, sustained gusting up to tropical storm force. And you were talking about this storm surge continuing to get worse. And this is not the worst place. We're here so we can stay safe and be able to, get in and out if we need to. However, other places in Lakeshore Drive completely covered. Cone, and this is a perfect example of that here just off the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain.
Felicia, it's a marvelous example. You're exactly right. I mean, the core of Sally is nowhere near you, but you are still seeing some significant impacts with the wind circulating around Sally and leading to some of those big waves and some of that flooding potential here off Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain there. You can see that north wind still across parts of eastern Louisiana. Even though the sun may be out, we are still dealing with the potential for flooding there, as well as an overall breezy day. And if Sally were to move a bit farther to the west, we would see even those weather conditions get worse across the region. I'm not sure that's going to happen. I think if anything, it's going to be moving northward or even northeastward. But we'll be watching it very carefully. Eastern Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi kind of on the edge with that sort of breezy northeast wind and a couple of showers here and there. But overall, we don't expect a whole lot of rain in New Orleans. Generally less than an inch, if even anywhere near an inch, probably a lot less than that. But farther to the east is where the big-time rains are going to be, and there may indeed be places that get 20 to 30 inches of rain. Southern Alabama, perhaps even the western Florida Panhandle, and extending 3 inches of rain. Southern Alabama, perhaps even the western Florida Panhandle, and extending inland a long way. Remember, Sally is not going to stop right at the coast. They never do. We know that. It's going to continue on north and northeastward. Fortunately, it's going to be accelerating eventually, Sally will, and limit, I'll say limit, that may be the kind of a weird word to use, but limit our rainfall here to several inches. Let's say even in Atlanta, maybe we were talking 3 to 5 inches or 4 to 6 inches of rain into western South Carolina. Believe me, it could be a lot worse if Sally were to slow down, but it looks like by the time it moves through, let's say North Georgia, it will begin to pick up speed in association with a jet stream coming in. So let's have a look at how much rain has fallen since midnight. Here are a couple of selected observations, generally 1 to 2 inches. manageable, right? But look at what happened just offshore. You can see that the radar is estimating that we're getting perhaps over a foot of rain in some spots here just offshore since midnight. So imagine all of that coming inland, of course, albeit slowly, but that's the kind of rain that we can expect. Perhaps as much as a foot of rain in 12 to 18 hours. Very, very dangerous stuff as we continue with the movement of Sally only extremely slowly toward the coast. Winds are not so much of an issue right now, but they definitely will pick up later on today as Sally only slowly moving now, and over the last 12 hours has barely moved. It will begin to kind of move generally in that direction, and gradually, bit by bit, Alex, we'll see those winds pick up along the coast, and we'll probably see wind gusts well over 50 miles per hour later on today.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Well, we have some new video here, this side of Louisiana. St. Bernard Parish there with some flooding going on, and you can see this is a street normally would be dry, but quote unquote drier side of things, but because of that push of water here, that's worked its way on in and led to some flooding in a few locations. Well, stuck in the sand on the Alabama coast, Hurricane Sally hasn't even made landfall, and already the main street there in Dauphin Island underwater, and cars and trucks are trapped in the sand. Emergency workers, they had to rescue a dozen or so people. 4 cars washed into the Gulf. Less than an inch of rain for this stretch of the Gulf Coast in the past 24 hours. So storm surge, high tide getting most of the blame for the early round of flooding. So yeah, we haven't seen that big push of the actual rain come in, but that is coming into a few locations over the next 24 to 36 hours. Pensacola, here in Florida, we'll be dealing with some gusty conditions here essentially through Wednesday later in the day. Tuesday evening here this evening into Wednesday morning. That's when we think we'll peak with those wind gusts, 55 miles per hour at least here for you. And look at the rainfall forecast. A foot to even a foot and a half will be possible there. So some pretty heavy and steady rains are anticipated. We can time out some of the rain, and there's your timestamp moving through the rest of this afternoon. It's just going to be coming in rounds and rounds and rounds. Again, the core of the system off to the west. East side is where we're loaded with all this rain, and that's going to be with us here heading into Wednesday morning. We're still talking about some of that steady rain. And once we start to work into Wednesday afternoon, we'll start to notice the core of the system moving on off towards the north and the east. Still a few showers, but certainly letting up in terms of the intensity. So here's what we've got in Pensacola as we take you through the next several hours. Bottom line here shows you the time. These bar graphs are showing you the winds. And essentially this evening, that's when we'll start to see them creeping up above 50 miles per hour. At least that's the potential here for us. And then as we start to work our way a little bit beyond that time frame, we'll start to notice again those winds staying pretty steady here with the gusts getting up over 50 miles per hour heading through the overnight hours into Wednesday morning, and still staying strong late morning hours as well. Rainfall in that heavy category, heavy range. We've got that for several more hours here for the rest of today, and then continuing as we work our way on into tonight. You still see that by Tuesday, 9 o'clock. We're still talking about heavy rainfall impacting us there in and around Pensacola. So a lot of rain. That's why we're thinking we could be talking a foot to a foot and a half. Some areas here for us, and it's going to be hard to pinpoint exactly where. Locally, 20 to even 30 inches of rain. That is just way too much rain. No one's going to be able to handle that kind of rain. So certainly be prepared for it. Heavy rain will continue to extend off towards the north as well. Some areas double digits as well in those areas. So a lot to follow here when it comes to the rainfall. And Dr. Postel, you've got a bit more on the track this thing is taking. Slow movement now, but eventually it will be progressing north and east.
Yeah, 2 miles per hour was the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Sally's movement, which is effectively stationary. So really the worst weather is still offshore, hasn't even made it inland. It will eventually. I think Sally will begin to pick up speed later on today a little bit, but still move very slowly at only a few miles per hour. And it won't be until, I don't think, until tomorrow later that we'll really begin to see Sally accelerate. But still, that won't be enough because it's going to deliver a lot of rain well inland, as Alex was just talking about. So there's the latest advisory as of 7 a.m. local time, Central Time, 8 Eastern, moving northwest at only 2 miles. It has lately, because look at what it's done lately. This radar only goes back in the last 12 hours, but the track on there goes back long before that. And you can see the track has been wiggling around and kind of meandering and lumbering and really not doing much. And on this 12-hour radar loop, you can see that basically where the rain was 12 hours ago, It is right now. But perhaps we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a north or northeastward movement in this. It may be a wiggle, but I'm going to have to wait to see if it's indeed a trend. But it's possible that the steering flow is beginning to maybe just pick up a few miles per hour. That would help immensely. Right now, though, overall, if you're waiting for one of those big troughs to come in and really move it out of the way, well, that ain't going to happen. There's strong winds aloft are way to the north, and they're not going to be moving in anytime soon. So we will still, even though if Sally accelerates a little bit, we're still going to be dealing, I think, with a relatively slow-moving storm over the next, say, 24 hours. Because let's say today it's somewhere in there, tomorrow afternoon somewhere in there. So only in 24 hours does it really make it to the coast, which is by then when we will very likely see our worst weather, Felicia, with the winds picking up a lot and they're heavier.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, it's just so crazy how far-reaching these impacts are. Now, of course, the places that are dealing with closer to the center, feeling much more of those impacts. So let's get some timing for you. As mentioned, on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, we're about 7 miles from downtown New Orleans. Now, downtown, you've got a little bit more of a buffer. You've got the buildings, so you're maybe not feeling the gust as extremely as we are on the lakefront. But we're expecting the gustiest time for you downtown to be later on today and to see several inches. We're talking about 5 to maybe even 10 inches there. Now, Gulfport, you're going to be feeling some of the impacts, some of the brunt of Sally, and you can see 65-mile-per-hour gusts possible from this evening into tomorrow morning, and that rain forecast for you 3 to 5 inches, but of course locally higher amounts possible. Let's talk about some of those winds in Gulfport, and you can see as we head through the rest of the day, we're going to continue to see those winds picking up, and then as we head into this afternoon, tonight, this evening, you're going to have those winds up above 58 miles per hour. So you are going to see those winds continuing to pick up. Now, Gulf Shores, Alabama, as far as you go, 12 to 18 inches of rain. And of course, those hurricane force winds are possible. So, Alex, this is going to be a storm that, depending on where you are, it's going to have different impacts for your area.
Absolutely, and we'll be watching it all the way through. Of course, we still have some issues on the East Coast. We've been watching the Gulf Coast with Sally, but on the East Coast, rip current issues here for us, and that's thanks to Paulette, Hurricane Paulette, that had an impact on Bermuda. Pulling away from Bermuda now, there's the circulation, but the waves, they've been propagating away from Paulette and making their way towards the East Coast, so that increased swell has really led to some dangers here along the entire East Coast. Here's the latest on Paulette, still Category 2 hurricane with 105-mile-per-hour winds. It is starting to pick up some speed now, moving northeastbound at about 20 miles per hour. So fast movement with this system off in that general direction, and that should continue here for the next few days. May strengthen just a little bit more heading into tomorrow morning, but you see what happens by the time we get towards the end of the week. Kind of puts the foot on the brakes and then turns towards the south and the east. Maybe by this weekend, can't rule out maybe some impacts there for the Azores. So we'll certainly be watching that. But Bermuda out of the woods when it comes to Paulette. Well, stay with us here on the Weather Channel. In-depth coverage of Sally that you won't get anywhere else. We'll be with you all day long.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever. And free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life, guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Having the right coverage is important, especially when it comes to retirement. Since Medicare doesn't cover everything, you could get burned with unplanned expenses. With Physicians Mutual, you'll keep your cool with the protection you need.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary. Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Hush, hush, baby, nobody will break you.
The calming scent of lavender by Downy Infusions Calm. Laundry isn't done until it's done with Downy.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Water?
Incoming! Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Mom, we're so glad you're feeling better. You gave us such a scare.
I know, honey, me too. But I want you to know I'm at peace with my home going when my time is up. And did I also tell you that I got coverage for my funeral so you and your brother would not have to worry about expenses?
I didn't know you were saving money for your final expenses.
I haven't. I called the Open Care Senior Plan, and with one phone call, I was eligible for $30,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
The Open Care Senior Plan will pay up to $30,000 for funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how final expense coverage can help you. There's no obligation. Call 800-403-7817. That's 800-403-7817.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force for this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Well, the Gulf Shore is just one city along the Gulf Coast on alert for Hurricane Sally. Joining me now on the phone is Gulf Shore's Mayor Robert Kraft. Mayor Kraft, thanks so much for joining us. What preparations have you guys made to keep residents safe during this hurricane?
Well, we have been cleaning out all of our ditches. Obviously, this is going to be more of a flood event, apparently, and hopefully than a wind event. So trying to keep our roads open and trying to get people out of low-lying areas so they're not trapped and we can't get to them and they can't get out. So it's been just preparing for unbelievable amounts of rain.
Yeah, it does look like that is going to be one of the big calling cards with this system. Now, of course, we're in the midst of dealing with a pandemic, the coronavirus. Has that provided any challenges while preparing for this storm?
It sure has, particularly in shelters. What shelters that we have in the county have so little space because they can only put a small percentage. You can get about 10 to 20% of the folks they would normally get in because of the social distancing requirements. So open and operating shelters are hard to find.
Now, we've seen in the past year that several cities have sort of worked with hotels to try to open those up as maybe some places that folks can go. Is that something you guys have been doing and considering?
We have not done that. We're really in a flood area. Everything south of Highway 98 in Foley is not really the right place to put a shelter. So we've got to move shelters, folks, north of Foley into areas a little higher ground and not as subject to flooding and other issues. So we don't have anything in Gulf Shores operating as a shelter.
Gotcha. Now, of course, Gulf Shores, a popular tourist spot. What advice do you have for people who may be vacationing in the area?
Well, if they're here and they haven't left, and a lot of them have, I think we're down to around 10 to 15% occupancy, where we were in the 50 to 60% range. So I think a lot of people left yesterday, which is good. But obviously, if you're planning on coming, it's not a good idea to come until later in the week. And I know that our accommodation folks have been letting folks know that you cannot check in probably before Thursday at the earliest, and maybe Friday.
Well, certainly some good advice there for folks who may be visiting. What about folks who live in Gulf Shores? What do you want those folks to know at this hour?
Well, this is not our first time of dealing with this. The majority of the folks like myself have lived here and gone through a bunch of these. So I'm pretty confident that they know how to prepare, and they know if they're in an area where they have to seek shelter. And so I'm confident that our locals have a good handle on what they're doing. We've not mandatorily evacuated anybody. Our governor's issued a voluntary evacuation, and that really, I think most of the folks that live here know what to do. I'm a little them than I would be our tourists.
All right. Well, Mayor Robert Kraft there of Gulf Shores, we certainly appreciate you talking with us. Certainly good luck as we and you guys deal with Sally over the next few days. Of course, with Sally, oftentimes comes that threat for severe weather in the form of those isolated tornadoes. And Dr. Postel, Gulf Shores, that's a spot that's currently under a tornado watch. And we're going to be watching things closely throughout the day.
Yeah, we have a tornado watch out until 6 o'clock this evening. You can see it does include parts of extreme southern Alabama, also parts of the Florida Panhandle. Again, this goes until 6 o'clock local time this evening. So we have the rest of the morning and afternoon with that increasing threat of tornadoes. Right now, the rain is more steady and more stable. We don't have a real high-end tornado threat right now, but whether or not we get there, that tornado threat will increase during the afternoon as some of these bands that are offshore now get a bit closer. You can see there's some squiggly stuff ongoing in some of the appearance of some of these elements. There's some of those heavier showers and thunderstorms. And right now, I don't see any threats to produce waterspouts, but the kind of thing we'll be looking for is some of those areas of green and red. When they get real tight and packed together like that, that would indicate that there's a decent amount of circulation inside of those showers and thunderstorms that bear watching more closely. We have surface winds out of the east-northeast about like that all across the region. But when you go up in altitude, the wind changes direction and increases in speed. So there's a lot of wind shear out there. That's called crossover. And when you have the wind increasing in speed and turning direction with height, sometimes that increases the tornado threat. And this time it will with tornadoes Felicia today as high as 3. And we also have that tornado threat continuing into tomorrow.
And, you know, it's a really great lesson here on Lake Pontchartrain that even when you're outside of the cone, even when you're far from center, even if you don't have that hurricane warning, you can be feeling the impacts. We are seeing that storm surge. Now, this area is under a storm surge warning, and you can see the water making its way out of Lake Pontchartrain and crossing Lakeshore Drive at this point. Storm surge warning for the New Orleans area around Lake Pontchartrain, outside of the hurricane risk reduction system, a tropical storm warning here. But of course, as we know, other places staring down a hurricane at this point. We've got more on Sally coming up after the break.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We are the Thrivers, women with metastatic breast cancer. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in postmenopausal women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant. In a clinical trial, Kisqali plus fulvestrant helped women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer, and it significantly delayed disease progression. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Ask your doctor about living longer with Kisqali.
How about no?
No.
No way. Come on, no.
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 Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
This cheese coat is so extra.
Extra cheesy, extra tangy, extra fierce.
Cheese on cheese.
Hey, how do I look?
Delicious.
Extra cheesy Cheez-It.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car.
Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling is good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
This is our chance to put the darkness of the past 4 years behind us, to end the anger, the insults, the division, the violence, and start fresh in America. We can stop focusing on a president who thinks it's all about him and start focusing on what's best for us. We need to get control over the virus. Donald Trump failed. Joe Biden will get it done. We need to help working families. Joe Biden's plan rewards work and makes the wealthy and corporations pay their fair share. We need to take the next step in healthcare. Joe Biden will lower premiums and reduce drug costs while still protecting those with pre-existing conditions. We need to take on climate change and protect Social Security and Medicare. We've had 4 years of a president who brings out the worst in America. Isn't it time we had a president who brought out the best?
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
They're hoping it's not another Katrina. And I've lived through Camille also, but Katrina set a new high water mark on that, on the storms. And this one, I didn't expect it to ramp up like it did.
I actually own a local boutique, and we moved everything from our downstairs to our upstairs, and I have a friend who lives in D'Iberville, so we moved a lot of our stuff. That was mostly the scare that our downstairs was gonna flood. Everybody compares it to Katrina, just saying, I mean, I wasn't down here for Katrina, but the local businesses, I mean, there's so many restaurants on the beach that can be ruined just from the wind, and it's just really sad.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. And of course, New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain, both of those, or all three of those words, are buzzwords when you talk about hurricane season and Hurricane Katrina. Of course, now outside of the cone here in New Orleans, but still certainly feeling impacts. Let's get to what we know about Sally at this moment. Of course, a Category 1 storm now after it made Category 2 status. The National Hurricane Center says historic flooding with extreme life-threatening flash flooding is likely through Wednesday from the western Florida panhandle all the way to southeastern Mississippi. The city of Destin, Florida has declared a local state of emergency in anticipation of what may be over a foot of rain. And this morning, the causeway to Dauphin Island has closed due to wind, rain, and debris on the road. No word, though, when it will reopen. So that is what we're seeing, far-reaching impacts of the system. Here where I am, we are still under a storm surge season for a very good reason. Even though we're outside of the cone in New Orleans, even though we're well out of the rainfall impacts, we're still feeling tropical impacts from Sally, now 85 miles per hour, a Cat 1, barely even crawling northwest at 2 miles an hour. Now, the next thing we're going to see with Sally, kind of still hanging out, not moving very quickly, making landfall sometime later today or into tomorrow. Right now, it's very hard to tell because it's just not moving. But as mentioned, we do have New Orleans outside of that cone. It's going to continue to speed off to the east. Places like Macon, Atlanta, Savannah actually going to feel impacts from Sally, not as Sally, but rainfall still as we head into the end of this week and then eventually exiting off the east coast. We still have hurricane warnings in effect along the northern Gulf Coast from those places that we are expecting to feel those hurricane conditions. So you can see there from Gulfport, Mississippi, we've got Mobile in there as well. Tropical storm warning for around New Orleans, stretching up into Hattiesburg and Evergreen. So really centering in now on those places that we're expecting those hurricane conditions. Now, regardless, hurricane, tropical storm, both of those conditions could cause issues. We're talking about power outages, debris flying, Dr. Postel. So, you know, sometimes we think, oh, it's just a tropical storm now, but it can certainly still cause those impacts that you don't want to have to deal with.
Oh yeah, you're exactly right, Felicia, and the worst is far from over, and you're bringing up a great point that even in New Orleans, well, you probably won't see a whole lot of rain. You're dealing with a gusty wind and some flooding from Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Bourne. I mean, you can see the northeast winds like that at the airport, New Orleans International Airport, northeast 23 gusts to 30 knots. That's about 35 miles per hour on the gusts there in New Orleans, and we are a long way from where the center of circulation is. So we're seeing some distant impacts, even bringing some wind and some coastal or some minor flooding there, long way away from where the center of Sally is right now. We are still dealing with some water rises across even locations in, say, coastal Mississippi and Alabama, as well as western Florida, a few feet above normally dry ground. So those will probably go up for sure as we go through the day and as Sally moves in. But the bigger factor may be the amount of rain that we get. We are expecting potentially over 2 feet of rain in some spots, and it's not just going to remain near the coast. It is going to go well inland. Northern Georgia, parts of Alabama will see 3 to 5 inches at least, and maybe even more than that, as Sally eventually begins to accelerate northeastward. Not yet, it's still moving real slow, but maybe in about 24 to 36 hours it will begin to pick up speed. Look at how much rain has fallen just since midnight. A couple of places here we've gotten 1 to 2 inches. You might think, that's not that bad. Yeah, but look what's happened offshore right here, where the radar estimates of the amount of rain just offshore have been closer to a foot. So if you can imagine Sally being 50 miles closer to the coast, which it will be, that kind of rainfall in that short amount of time is what you can look forward to and expect across the region. There it is, Sally kind of lumbering around here, moving only a couple of miles per hour, but still bringing some gusty winds over 40 miles per hour in some spots along the coast. But the fact that Sally has barely moved in the last 12 hours shouldn't lull you to sleep. The worst is yet to come. Stay tuned for the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage you won't get anywhere else.
Freezing cold, blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing?
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
In Tennessee, heavy rainfall this weekend prompting a flash flood warning. Now, water covered yards and other areas leaving property nearly submerged. The Department of Transportation even shut down a portion of I-24. Sally, well, expected to drop a couple more inches later this week on the already saturated areas. So that becomes problematic. And we've talked about how wet it's been in a lot of these areas all year long. And now we bring in a big rainmaker. That certainly could lead to some problems. In fact, the likelihood of dealing with some flash flooding in these areas here in that yellow, and really anywhere you see color, the green shade showing you where we have the possibility for flash flooding. But certainly concentrating the western portions of Florida, the Panhandle, up through Alabama into Georgia, including Atlanta, we do have the likelihood of some flash flooding. How much rainfall are we looking for? Well, here's the forecast, and this goes through Friday, and there's the swath of some of the heavier rains. Anywhere in that yellow, 3 to 5 inches of rainfall possible here for us. Some of those orange shades, 5+ inches there for us. Can't rule that out here as we end off of the week. So heading into tomorrow, there's Sally, the projected position of it there, basically southeastern portions of Mississippi into Alabama. Very slow movement as we get into Wednesday night. So you see it doesn't move a whole lot, but it's that east side where the rain will continue to impact us, spreading up again into parts of the Carolinas. Look at the heavy rain around the Montgomery area. Travel along 65, 85, you name it. That's going to be a tough go because of all that rain that we are anticipating to add up over the next few days. Well, we want to turn to the firefight out west. Apocalyptic scenes here in Oregon as drones fly here over the entire neighborhoods in the town of Talent that was wiped out by some of those wildfires. And you can see the red fire retardant blanketing the area. At least 36 people have died across Oregon, California, as well as Washington State, along with thousands of homes that have been destroyed. Now, air quality right now for California, Oregon, and Washington, that's among the worst on the planet. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is on the ground in Berry Creek, California with the very latest.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm gonna have a trailer. I think I'm still gonna have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Such a great story there. You see a little bit of joy amongst what is just a devastating situation there across parts of the West. Well, we still have a fire danger that is in place. Red flag warnings here through this evening. Parts of Oregon into California. Klamath Falls, one of the spots that's included in that. Relative humidity values could be in the single digits in terms of percentages. Gusty conditions with the winds. And any fires that try to get going, they could spread pretty quickly in those areas. Of course, we still have fires that are burning, and because of that, the air quality continues to remain pretty poor across the Pacific Northwest and even down into California. We have dense smoke advisories that are in place as well in a few locations. So all these areas got to be careful getting out and about. Anyone susceptible to dealing with those breathing issues could run into problems as all that smoke, that wildfire smoke, continues to get going here across the West. And really, we're seeing some of that even spreading its way across the rest of the nation as well. Of course, for plenty more on the wildfires coverage, as well as updates on the tropics, check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat.
Hey, my name is Dante, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is the authentic taste of it. You can tell it's freshly breaded, seasoned perfectly, and it just has this unique taste that compares to no other. Once I bite into it,
My name is Meredith, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese is the oven-toasted, cheesy top layer. If home had a flavor, it would be Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese. I'm passionate about it.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners, to no-drill mud flaps, to tech liner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
I'm Norm.
I'm Saz.
And we live in Columbia, Missouri.
We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real, because you can't fake delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
One of our biggest expenses can be our cars, especially when unexpected repair bills hit. If your car breaks down, you could be looking at a huge repair bill. Not anymore. If you own a car, truck, or SUV, you could stop paying for repair bills. Call 800-684-0121 now to see if you can qualify. Just tell us the make and model and get an instant quote right over the phone and activate coverage today. You must have an automobile made from 1999 or higher, and all repairs for your engine, transmission, and much more can become a thing of the past. Call 800-684-0121 before your next repair bill hits. That's right, total protection for your car and no more repair bills. Plus, get free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. Just call 684-0121 to see if your car qualifies. Call 800-684-0121. Never pay for car repairs again. Call 800-684-0121. 800-684-0121.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network,
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force for this thing.
the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. We got breaking news. We got the latest advisory in now on Hurricane Sally, basically keeping it as an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane moving northwest, still at 2 miles per hour. So extremely slow movement. It may be just wobbling around a little bit with not much. So the impacts are still expected to be the same, essentially, for many of us along parts of the northern Gulf Coast. And really, the bulk of them have not even come close to impacting the shoreline. We are, of course, getting heavy rain and some gusty winds, no doubt about that. But by far, the worst is yet to come. And I can sort of zoom in on the new cone, which again has been shifted a bit to the right based on the more recent models, which do suggest that, yeah, indeed, the track is going to be more likely now the center, probably coming ashore somewhere over southern Alabama, perhaps even the western Florida panhandle at the intensity estimates here noted, somewhere around 80 miles per hour, about as strong as it is now. It may weaken a little bit on the final approach, but the point is it's going to take a long time because this is tomorrow morning and it still may not be on shore. tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. local time. So that's the kind of slow movement that we're talking about, and then only slowly moving northeastward from there and slowly weakening all along, bringing the threat for some damaging winds in spots and, of course, extremely heavy rainfall. The reason why the cone was shifted a bit to the right is because the track models were saying it should, and you can see those individual lines from some of the guides. The cone is now more aligned with that, with the center likely passing somewhere in that zone. This is not necessarily the final cone. There may be more issued with some adjustments either way, but we're really starting to zone in on exactly where Sally is going to ultimately go. But again, the big point is going to be the rainfall, and I want to show you the forecasted rainfall, which hasn't changed in the last couple of hours. There will likely be locally 20 to 30 inches of rain in spots. The biggest danger is going to be from freshwater flooding, Felicia. And I know you talked about that a lot. And one of the other things that you mentioned is the fact that you are seeing some impacts, even though we're not expecting a ton of rainfall in New Orleans, for example. Right now, with a northeast wind at 20 to 30 miles per hour, there is some flooding here along the south shore there of Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Borgne. We'll be watching that all day long. Felicia.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, thanks so much. You're so right there. And we've had this persistent onshore wind. And as we know, it's all about timing, too. The longer you have that wind, the more the storm surge continues to pick up. Thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Quick look at what's going on here. I want to show you the importance of these drainage ditches. So here's one that has not become inundated just yet. Everything flowing through just fine. That is great news. That's what you need to see. However, I want to quickly show you one that has become inundated. You can't even see it. There's one kind of close to the end of this grassy section, and I'll tell you, the water is completely piling up there, and we're not to high tide here yet, so this is going to continue to increase and shove water across this area. So important to make sure those gutters are cleaned out. So far, we are seeing places of Lakeshore Drive where the water's covering completely, but not everywhere, and that's the good news. Let's take a look at what we can expect with Sally. Of course, Dr. Postel was just talking about that Category 1 hurricane. Here in New Orleans, we're getting those winds coming out of a northeasterly direction. We've almost seen tropical storm force gusts at the airport. I've seen up to 38 miles per hour, so I guarantee we've seen some tropical storm force gusts. You can see Shell Beach here, just a little bit to the southeast of us, 4.9 feet for the storm surge. Already in Pensacola, 3.3 feet of storm surge here. So we're starting to see those impacts even as Sally is still well offshore. And we've got a ways to go with this system as it is just crawling along at barely even a crawl pace. Here in New Orleans, as mentioned, you're going to have those tropical storm force gusty winds into tonight, possibly even part of tomorrow as well. But rainfall, not the big deal here at Lake Pontchartrain, the storm surge. That's going to be what's impacting you most in the New Orleans area from Sally. But Alex, of course, as we know, other places not faring quite as well as New Orleans is.
Yeah, that push to the east with all that rain, that's where it's really going to be adding up. And of course, the tropics are still very active. We still have all sorts of things that we're following, several actual tropical cyclones and another area to watch here coming off the coast of Africa. But first, here's Paulette, still working its way here across the Atlantic, moving away from Bermuda, but still as a Category 2 hurricane with 105 mile-per-hour winds, generally moving to the northeast. That should continue here for us. And then, look, end of the week, dive south. Maybe by that weekend having an impact on the Azores. We'll certainly watch that and keep an eye on that. Otherwise, the swells created by the system pushing towards the east coast, and that has lended itself to the risk for rip currents here in the moderate to high range, really up and down the entire east coast. Then we've got Tropical Storm Teddy, middle of the Atlantic. It's actually gone up just a bit from 60 to 65 in the latest advisory, moving to the west-northwest at about 13 miles per hour. Fortunately, as we look, there are the islands of the Eastern Caribbean. Right now, it looks like it will stay to the north.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your carpets are filled with memories. and sometimes other things too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier with free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious. Made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz, a pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis when methotrexate has not helped enough. Xeljanz can help relieve joint pain and swelling, stiffness, and help stop further joint damage, even without methotrexate. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
And in what has already been a record-breaking hurricane season, we're continuing on through this 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. Now, New Orleans, actually outside of the cone at this point, has been since yesterday, but we are feeling the impacts. Where I am here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, there's still a storm surge warning in effect, 2 to 4 feet for Lake Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain, and then 4 to 7 possible for Lake Bourne, which is a little southeast of us. Now, the road is already starting to be covered by water. We're on Lakeshore Drive, which is closed, but what I really want you to see, if we can just zoom in all the way down there, that is a parking lot. That should be a parking lot. It just looks like an extension of the lake at this point because the waves just keep coming in. I would venture to bet we've got almost a foot of rain being contained in that parking lot there, especially in some of the low-lying areas. So this is what we're seeing, and we've got a while to go with this. This is strictly coming from that northerly, northeasterly wind, and we've still got tonight and into Wednesday to do with this. Now, we just got the latest advisory, still at 85 miles per hour, Hurricane Sally, a Category 1, moving still only at 2 miles per hour to the northwest. so still just moving at a crawl. Now, the storm is expected to make landfall sometime later tonight into later Wednesday. You can see it there. The problem is it's just moving so slow. We're not sure exactly when or where it's going to make that landfall. And then you can see moving off to the east, impacting places as far north like Atlanta and Macon with some of this rainfall from Sally. Now, we still have a hurricane warning in effect for the Gulf portions of Mississippi, Alabama, into western portions of the panhandle of Florida. Now, we'll get back to that latest advisory, but I want to go ahead and bring in Governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, talking more about Sally.
Sure. Provide a briefing on Hurricane Sally to share with the people of Alabama what has been done so far, and more importantly, to discuss what we are currently working on going forward to keep our citizens safe as this slow-moving storm takes landfall later tonight. Folks, with any tropical storm, the only thing you can predict is that things will change hour by hour. We started yesterday morning with a tropical storm that developed into a Category 1 hurricane, which was forecasted to make landfall near New Orleans. Sally was upgraded to a Category 2, and by last night, the weather folks were predicting this storm might become a Category 3. Thankfully, early this morning, it was downgraded to a Category 1. This just underscores how unpredictable Mother Nature can be. Early yesterday morning, my team and I began reaching out to leaders in Baltimore and Mobile counties, knowing that the eastern side of a hurricane always has the stronger rain, wind, storm surge, and flash flooding with the possibility of tornadoes. In fact, I issued a state of emergency early yesterday morning in order to get our preparations underway. In talking with Congressman Byrne, as well as the various mayors and county commissioners, we have offered every assistance humanly possible. Unfortunately, our local leaders are well experienced in emergency management. They've had a lot of practice over the years. So they are well aware that all they need to do is to let us know their needs, and we'll be standing there shoulder to shoulder with them all the way. Shortly after our initial state of emergency was issued, the request came to close the beaches, which I did. And I also strongly recommended that all non-residents, as well as residents who live in low-lying areas that are prone to flood, needed to leave as soon as possible. I did this in a supplemental state of emergency that was issued yesterday just after lunch. And thankfully, that many people heeded this voluntary evacuation. This morning at 7 a.m., we had additional rounds of calls with the local leaders, and I also spoke with U.S. Department of Homeland Security Acting Secretary Chad Wolf, as well as Pete Gaynor, Administrator of FEMA, last night, to ask them to expedite our request for a pre-landfall disaster declaration. And I am grateful that President Trump and his administration approved this request last night. Let me make one thing crystal clear, folks. The White House and the Trump administration have been great to our state. They've been in constant communication with my office, and we greatly appreciate their attention that they've paid, and they're keeping their eye on Alabama. Having once lived in Mobile, I'm well aware that those who live on the Gulf Coast are all too familiar with Mother Nature's wrath. We still hope and pray that Sally will not bring that type of pain and heartache. But my fellow Alabamians, Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted. We are looking at record flooding, perhaps breaking historic levels. And with rising water comes a greater risk for loss of property and life. Sally has the potential to inflict major damage along our Gulf Coast northward as it moves. For that reason, and especially for those living south of I-10 and in low-lying areas, I urge you in the strongest way possible to evacuate if conditions permit and seek shelter elsewhere as possible today. as this storm makes landfall sometime tonight. Your local EMA will have information, and I know our friends in the media will provide to you this information to make decisions for you and your family. The current projections of this storm have most of our state in the path as it moves on through. Most counties in Alabama can potentially see some impact later tonight and certainly by Wednesday. While the middle and northern sections of our state will obviously not see the storm surge, please be aware, however, that heavy rains, flash flooding, and even tornadoes can develop at any point tonight or tomorrow. I remind you to stay tuned to your local weather source, have a weather radio handy, and some extra batteries in case you lose power, and please heed the advice of your local leaders. They know the unique needs of your community. Director Hastings will now make brief remarks, and the National Weather Service Representative John Deblock will follow Brian. Brian?
And that is such great advice from Governor Kay Ivey, governor of Alabama, one of the places that will be feeling the full impacts of Sally. I'm here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where I can tell you, I've been around water quite a bit in my life, and I have never, ever seen a lake look like this. This looks more like the angry Atlantic than the lake. Now, Lake Pontchartrain, huge lake. It's 24 miles north to south, around 40 miles east to west. We're talking about 630 square feet of area that this covers. That's a ton of water to work with. Now, even though we've been removed from the hurricane warning in New Orleans, we are still under a tropical storm warning, and I have seen winds gusting up to near tropical storm force at the Lakefront Airport. I'm sure we've seen tropical storm force wind gusts in other places, and we're also still under a storm surge warning here in the Lake Pontchartrain area down to Lake Maurepas, and then of course Lake Bourne as well. So for the forecast for here, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge possible. We're just off of Lakeshore Drive and it is closed. And I can tell you, I've seen some people out here getting pretty close to this edge. And I would say that's not a good idea. If you're feeling any of the impacts from this storm, stay in, watch the Weather Channel. We'll get out here for you and tell you what's going on. But I can only imagine, Dr. Postel, if this is what we're seeing here in New Orleans, well removed from the center, not even in the cone, I can only imagine what they're going to continue to deal with for the places that are going to take a direct hit.
Felicia, that's an excellent point, because you are standing there on the southern edge of Lake Pontchartrain, and with a north wind at 20 to 30 miles per hour, seeing all that rough water and some of that coastal flooding there. This is what it looks like on the periphery of Hurricane Sally. This area, this region, is where Felicia is, and you can see that New Orleans we're sustaining winds of above 20 miles per hour and gusts at times above 30. But look at where the center of Sally is. It is nowhere near there. And fortunately, we won't see a whole lot of rain in eastern Louisiana, and only sort of that kind of peripheral wind. But elsewhere across parts of southern Alabama and the western Florida Panhandle, and of course Mississippi as well, conditions will get a lot worse than they are now. We are far from being over with this particular system, and right now the hurricane hunters have been slicing and dicing their way through this. And I don't know why it left me off here, but I marked a little spot here where the hurricane hunters found winds of about 70 miles per hour on that sort of pass through the, I would say, the northeastern eye wall, right through there. And so that's the kind of wind that the hurricane hunters are sampling right now. We'll see if they do find stronger winds than that on their next couple of slices through the tropical cyclone. But it is very possible, again, that this still is an 80 to 85 mile per hour hurricane. As I mentioned, on the coast right now, we're dealing with winds generally gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is a nuisance, but in some respects manageable. But we're now starting to see some of that heavier and heavier rain move in, and the winds slowly begin to pick up. So these water rises now above some normally dry ground, and in some cases, my goodness, it's up to 5 feet in that northeasterly wind. These will go up. So don't let your guard down in terms of storm surge flooding, even though perhaps with a slower movement and a slightly weaker system, the peak values may not be as high as earlier projected. They could still be very significant and cause a lot of flooding over a larger area. Aside from storm surge, the big threat for so many people is going to be heavy rain and the flooding rain. Look, up to 20 to 30 inches still indeed possible as we move Sally only very slowly inland from the Gulf of Mexico and then carry a lot of that heavy rain northward across parts of Georgia and areas in the western North and South Carolina. Let's have a look. This is my last graphic. I want to show you the northward slow movement through the coastal counties there in Florida and Alabama. But then it begins to accelerate. It looks like later Thursday and into Friday, thankfully, in some sense, but still bringing a lot of heavy rain northeastward into places as far east as Virginia, Felicia, and North Carolina. We have a long way to go to deal with the rest of Sally.
We certainly do, Dr. Postel. And of course, we're all constantly waiting for those updates from the National Hurricane Center. We just got the latest update in. And we want to bring in Director Ken Graham. If there's one person to talk to during a hurricane, sir, you are the man. So let's talk about it here. I'm on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. I don't know if you can see what's going on, but the storm surge is definitely coming in. So can you talk to us a little bit more about the storm surge that we're expecting all up and down the coast?
Yeah, absolutely, Felicia. I was looking at the video and seeing that in Lake Pontchartrain there, what you're seeing. So absolutely, you start taking these winds, especially a slow system like this, and you start really having the time to pile up that water. I mean, you start looking at some of these values, you look at it where you are, 2 to 4 foot in Lake Pontchartrain. But not just that, it's the wind on top of it. So you got waves crashing on top of that storm surge as well. So that's why we just can't, even far away from this storm, so slow, you can still see the impacts.
Yeah, and Ken, we are, I'm sorry, Rodney, did you say we lost? Okay, let's continue. Ken, the question has been, when is this going to make landfall? And it's just kind of continuing at a crawl. So are we starting to close in on a better idea of when we actually think it's going to make landfall? Or is it still kind of something we're waiting and seeing?
I think it really helps out once you start seeing that northward turn, Felicia, because it's been wiggling and wobbling for the last 24 hours or so, with just losing those steering currents. I mean, right now, northwest at 2 miles an hour. So you start moving northward, we'll start looking at some sort of landfall. I mean, think of this. I mean, we still have till tomorrow to see that landfall. But either way, you can see it a little left, a little right, and even we could see some, so even if the winds come down, either way, this is still a big impact when it comes to that rainfall and the storm surge. So we've got a ways to go with this. I mean, it's not even going to get northward into Georgia until Friday morning. Thank you.
So Ken, we already have a forecast that says we could see locally high amounts of 20 to 30 inches of rainfall. Do you think that is going to adjust? Do you think we're going to see those rainfall numbers going up at all?
Yeah, as soon as you see this slow movement, and if you think about how slow our forecast is, through the portions of the coast, but getting through Alabama, even into Georgia, absolutely. I mean, you can see some of these areas repetitively get these rain bands, already seeing several inches or more just from these rain bands, and we have a long way to go. So some areas getting 10 to 15 inches of rain, 15 to 20, maybe even up to 30 inches of rain before it's all said and done. So dangerous, very dangerous situation when it comes to that rainfall. Just travel hazard. I-10, I-65, any one of these areas, just incredibly treacherous travel.
And Ken, thank you so much for being with us this morning. As mentioned, that information so valuable and people hanging on every word from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, we'll be back with more on Hurricane Sally coming up after the break.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid. Age is just a number. And mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent.
Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please.
The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-574-1372 for $1,000 off your walk-in bath, plus a free Kohler bidet seat with purchase.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. With our most popular plan, Rapid Results, you can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks. Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car.
Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
That a girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This drug remains approved by the FDA. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Potential cancers include bladder cancer, colon cancer, kidney cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Discontinuing a prescribed medication without your doctor's advice can result in injury or death.
800-325-0899. Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx.
Next.
So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
Guys, a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
And we want to take a look at some new video just coming into the Weather Channel. This is coming out of Pascagoula. Look at this storm surge that we're already dealing with here. We are talking about angry waters, and those are already surging over certain roads in some places. Pascagoula, this is just kind of the beginning of it for you, as this is a very slow-moving storm. We've also got, we've seen cars driving through some of this water, which is absolutely not at all what you should be doing. It is so easy to get your car to float. A smaller car, just 6 inches, could float your car. The bigger cars, up to a foot, could float your car, and you do not know how deep that is. So certainly going to see more images like this coming out of the Gulf Coast, as Sally is in no hurry to make landfall or to leave us alone at this point. So I'm here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, and if you're just looking behind me, you might not think that this is even a lake. It looks more like the angry Atlantic at this point, but this is what wind energy will do for you. And we've just seen these waves steadily kind of coming up over, and just beyond me, you can't see it here, but is Lakeshore Drive. It's actually closed because we already have storm surge covering portions of that road. The forecast here for Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, well, that is 2 to 4 feet of storm surge possible. The good news is it came down from yesterday. The bad news is you're still in that storm surge warning. 4 to 7 feet possible for Lake Bourne, just to the southeast of us. Now, New Orleans now just in the tropical storm warning. I say just very lightly because we're still getting those very gusty winds. You can see still we're dealing with storm surge problems here, mainly just around the Lakeshore Drive area. So that's the good news. We're not seeing really any homes threatened or anything like that. So that's the good news here. However, as we look farther to our east, the places that are going to deal with the brunt of Sally, that's a different story. We're talking about hours and hours of rainfall, storm surge, especially along the coast. So while we do have a Category 1 storm now, this is still going to be a very formidable system that they're dealing with. And Dr. Postel, you know, yesterday when I saw that it was going to get downgraded from a Cat 2 to a Cat 1, it made me worry a little bit because sometimes people say, oh, now it's just a Cat 1, we don't have to pay as much attention. But as you can see here on Lake Pontchartrain, we're outside of the cone. We're not even getting those hurricane force winds, and things are still pretty intense.
Felicia, you're making great points. I mean, it's very clear that even outside of the really, really bad weather, you can still have significant impacts. And you're dealing with that right now in the New Orleans area with that strong northeast wind and some flooding along Lake Pontchartrain. And even aside from the rain and the wind and the coastal flooding we expect, there's also a tornado threat. You can see that we've got a tornado watch that goes out until about 6 o'clock local time, and there may be more tornado watches issued later on tonight even, or certainly tomorrow, as this is going to be a multi-day event. Right now, the rain that is over southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle is more of the steady, sort of stable variety. In other words, there are some lightning strikes, there's a little bit of thunder here and there, but the severe weather potential really goes up once you get offshore and you start looking at some of these showers that are probably 30 to 50 miles offshore. There's a good bit of rotation inside of that. The wind shear is a bit stronger. The instability is a bit higher right out in here in some of these areas right there. Those are supercells, mini ones, which from occasion show this sort of really tight couplet between greens and reds here, showing you a rapid change in velocity. And these things are to watch, like one of these here, and they'll pop up. 5 minutes later, they're gone. That's the kind of transients we're dealing with, these rain bands and the circulations inside of them that will be moving onshore and will bring that tornado threat to the region. The surface winds are sort of out of the east-northeast across the region, but when you get up a couple thousand feet, the winds change direction and increase in speed. That's called crossover. When you have that kind of wind shear, wind doing different things at different altitudes, that sometimes promotes the possibility of tornadoes. And Alex, with that, we've got torcons of 2 and 3 across parts of the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama.
Wow, we could be watching some of those torcon values extend a bit farther inland because the system will eventually move farther inland and could impact places like Atlanta to bring in some steady rains. A few raindrops here for us there thanks to a front hanging around, but not going to shake the dreary weather anytime soon because as Sally moves its way on in as we head towards the end of the week, a soaking rain is expected. Now, Atlanta is running a foot above average for rain this year. So, yeah, it's been a wet one. Now we get to add a bit more. Here's that forecast. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, really dreary conditions. Probably the peak of the rain in terms of the intensity will be Wednesday into Thursday, but still a few lingering showers into your Friday. And you can see with the rain that we are expecting, anywhere you see that yellow and that extends into the Atlanta metro, there's the likelihood that we'll be dealing with flash flooding in those areas.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Sarah!
Jenny Craig works. We've combined great tasting food with the science of intermittent fasting. So take control of your weight and start your transformation with our most popular plan, Rapid Results. You can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks.
It works. I'm proof that it works.
Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
Stay tuned to get a free crisper tray from Granite Stone. Why is it every time you go to cook a family meal, you have to search for pots, pans, and lids? Well, all that's about to change. Introducing Stackmaster by Granite Stone, the ingenious nonstick cookware set that stacks to fit all in one place and takes up a fraction of the space. Plus, each piece of Stackmaster cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc, then fitted with a stainless steel induction plate for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable non-stick Granite Stone finish that's so good, burnt on cheese, caramel, and chocolate just doesn't stick. Stackmaster is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and baking. Plus, all Stackmaster cookware is 100% dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Look, you'd expect to pay over $400 for a professional quality cookware set. But during this special TV introduction, you can get the complete Stackmaster 10-piece set, not for $400, $300, or even $200, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $39.99. And for everyone who calls or goes online to order today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Stackmaster cookware is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, our stainless steel steamer insert, and our gourmet recipe guide absolutely free. And there's even more. As a bonus, you'll get our Granite Stone crisper tray, the fast, easy, non-stick way to fry up your favorite foods. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $60 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 15-piece Stackmaster set, all for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-950-3115. That's 1-800-950-3115 or order online at buystackmaster.com.
From muscle pain, body aches, to strains, Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief. It works fast, and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain, sore muscles, strains, and more.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
We've gone to the grocery store, getting groceries, water, and whatnot, and making sure everybody in my family is okay and safe. My parents, they live on Highway 90, so we've had, they're out of town right now, but we had to go to their house and make sure that everything was in the proper place so that nothing would, harm their home.
And we are keeping a close eye on Sally that really just hasn't budged from the same area for quite some time and is going to be sticking around. But of course, we've got you covered here through the entirety of the storm on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. I want to get you the latest on what we know from Sally. We just got that latest advisory in not too long ago, so I want to keep you updated. Now, here's what we know. The National Hurricane Center does say historic flooding with extreme life-threatening flash flooding is likely through Wednesday from the western Florida panhandle all the way to southeastern Mississippi. Mississippi. The city of Destin, Florida has declared a local state of emergency in anticipation of what may be over a foot of rain. And this morning, the causeway to Dauphin Island has closed due to wind, rain, and debris on the road. No word when it will reopen. Now, where I am in New Orleans, we are no longer in the hurricane warning. We're under a tropical storm warning. But the island to Dauphin Road is not the only road that's been closed. I'm standing in the middle of Lakeshore Drive, running along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, and typically this would be an active road. There would be quite a few people around, but that's not the case because the road is closed because we're seeing this storm surge. David, I just want you to kind of hold it for a second because I guarantee we're going to get a big wave that's going to lap up and show why this storm surge is just going to keep coming. We've been watching the water get farther and farther out of the lake and covering the road, and it just keeps adding up. And, you know, we've been seeing these big waves, and now that I'm waiting for one, they don't want to come. But I can guarantee you the water has been lapping up over the edge of this concrete, and then it rolls down into the road, and then it begins to all add up here. Now, luckily, the drainage system around this area seems to be amazing because it's not being able to really add up. But even with that, you can tell at least this lane of the road is beginning to be blocked. And I have a feeling that by tomorrow morning, because we're going to continue with this persistent northerly wind continuing to edge that storm surge toward the south shore, I would bet there is going to be a good portion of Lakeshore Drive that currently isn't covered with water that will be. That's why you need to stay off the road. That's why it's closed. That's why you have to listen to your officials. And as mentioned, New Orleans, well away from the center, well away from even being in that cone anymore. So you can tell the far-reaching impacts of this system. And Dr. Postel, I just can't help but think, if this is the kind of surge we're seeing from winds that are barely reaching tropical storm force gusts here on Lake Pontchartrain, what it's going to be like along the coast where they're actually getting that storm surge from the hurricane force winds.
Yeah, and not only will the surge increase, the surge flooding, but also the wind as well. The hurricane hunters are in right now there, Felicia, and sampling winds so far on these two passes in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. First pass here, second pass there. They're not done yet. They're going to be slicing and dicing their way through and give us a better estimate of actually how strong Sally is in terms of wind. But we know that the flooding from mostly freshwater flooding from rainfall will be extremely significant. And of course, coastal flooding from surge will also be a big factor as well. While it may not be the peak values that might be if Sally were moving more quickly or were stronger, we'll still see that flooding over a larger area and be rather significant. We've got increasing winds and rain along the coast. You can see some of these values here are gusting in some places up to 40 miles per hour in spots. And where Felicia is, with that northeast wind over Lake Pontchartrain, we're seeing some flooding on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain with a northeast wind gusting to 30 miles per hour. Many locations with north-facing beachfronts we'll see that today on the west side of Sally. Here's an estimate of where the flooding is ongoing right now in terms of water rise above normally dry ground. But I want to zoom into a couple of these places to show you what is happening. For example, in and around Pensacola, we're seeing a water rise here of about 3.3 feet. And you can see that that east wind is contributing to that water rise right about there. But let's go somewhere else here. Let's go farther to the west. In and around Mobile, Alabama, you can see that we're seeing some water rises right there. And that is because of that east-northeast wind bringing that water that direction with a wind speed at 30 to 40 miles per hour in gusts. Farther to the west, we can also zoom in on this location, Bay St. Louis. Again, with that northeast and that shore facing the northeast side of St. Louis Bay, we'll see that water rise, in this case, 3 to 4 feet. So even though Sally is not perhaps wind-wise as strong as it was yesterday and probably won't be, it is going to bring a lot of heavy rain and coastal flooding along with it. Those are the two biggest hazards. Stay tuned to the Weather Channel for all the latest in-depth coverage you won't get anywhere else.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making effort
property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, you know. The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Such a great story, you know, to see that gentleman there, just the pure joy that he is experiencing amongst, again, the devastating situation. Well, we still have a fire danger, red flag warnings. They are posted up parts of Oregon into California. Really dry conditions still in place and gusty winds. So some of those fires could spread even more, and any new ones could spread pretty quickly. Of course, there's still a lot of smoke out there. Air quality alerts and dense smoke advisories. We have those that are in place, and you can see all the smoke here that continues to billow up here across the west. Even some of that making its way across the country. For more coverage on this, check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
If I'm your president, on day one, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid test
A new video just into the Weather Channel. Check this out. Storm surge as Sally produces coastal flooding in Pascagoula, Mississippi. So this is the kind of water rise that we're seeing across parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast and areas nearby. So with it even being 100 miles away and moving only very slowly to the coast, this is the kind of effect that it's having. And there's a lot more of this yet to come. The water rises will go up, will increase, obviously, and the heavy rainfall will contribute to freshwater flooding as well. So flooding will be very likely the biggest hazard to contend with Sally. Now, I just want to show you this. The hurricane hunters are in there right now, and they're slicing their way through. They've made a couple of passes. One on this direction, where wind speed, the maximum wind speed on that pass was about 70 miles per hour, and then another pass in this direction where the maximum wind speed was somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour. So a very small fraction of Hurricane Sally has been sampled by this reconnaissance mission, but it is still finding winds in the 70-ish mile per hour range. We'll see what they find. It's a long way to go before they complete their mission, but the idea is that maybe this is a sign that perhaps Sally is a little slowly weakening. And that is expected eventually as it sort of churns its way over waters that are probably going to get progressively cooler. Right now, the hazard that we're dealing with is a lot of heavy rain moving inland into the Florida Panhandle and parts of southern Alabama. We're seeing wind gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, so not so high on that, but they will go up. Don't be lulled into the fact that, yeah, let's say this is for now an 85 mile per hour hurricane. It will still bring some damaging wind gusts along the way and some coastal flooding as well, even in places far removed, 100 miles away from where the center of Sally is. We're seeing that north wind over Lake Pontchartrain at 20 to 30 miles per hour, leading to some minor coastal flooding there on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Overall, let me just go through this real quick. These are some water rises above normally dry ground, 20 miles per hour, and that is a sampling of what you're getting already. And in where Felicia is, we're sort of seeing the same impact on Lake Pontchartrain. Felicia.
That's right, Dr. Postel. And, you know, sometimes I think we think of storm surge as just one big swoosh of water and then you're done. But for the case of Lake Pontchartrain, the storm surge that we're seeing, that's not how it's going to work. It's going to be like wave run up. And what that means is a wave gets a little bit farther, and then it's easier for the next wave to come and get a little bit farther. And then before you know it, it's covering the entire road, which is what we've seen in some places in Lakeshore Drive. Now, I want to show you what's going on here. I'm standing in this just so you can kind of see how deep it is. You can see the flowing of the water. It's coming in waves. But I want you to see what's also going on behind me here. This is a parking lot. This is a place that people would come to picnic. And the water is just steady flowing in. It's not like a splash of a wave here or there and then you're done. The waves just continue to come, and the water is just now at this point just flowing in through here. And I will tell you, they must have some really clean gutters around here, some really good gutter infrastructure along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, because I've been waiting and waiting for this water to continue to rise in this parking lot, and it's not, which is great news, which tells me that it's going somewhere. So the gutters are doing their job. So that is an indication of why it's so important to make sure that you're keeping those gutters clean. Here in New Orleans, we still have that tropical storm warning around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. We have that storm surge warning, 2 to 4 feet possible. A little southeast of us, Lake Bourne, still having that storm surge warning as well. 4 to 7 feet possible there before it's all said and done. And Alex, you know, typically all said and done would be, what, 24 hours? That's not going to be the case with Sally.
No, this thing is snail's pace, absolutely, and that's one of the big issues here for us. Well, it's not just Sally. As we look at the entire Atlantic, there's a whole slew of other issues that we're finding out there. Now, fortunately, the majority of those will not be causing any major problems out there, but still, we got to keep an eye on them here, and that's exactly what we'll be doing. Paulette, that continues to pull away from Bermuda. Category 2 hurricane moving to the northeast at about 29 miles per hour, so it is moving much, much faster, and it'll continue to move away in that direction. Now, as we look down the road, it does a little funky thing and turns more towards the south and east by the weekend. Could potentially have an impact on the Azores. We'll certainly be watching that. But in the meantime, still along the East Coast, we've got that risk for the rip currents in the moderate to high range. So getting into the water here, not recommended. We've got plenty more on Sally next.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Oh no, you hate coming home to a dark house, and you're uptight about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion activated, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is solar powered, so there's no expensive wiring or batteries to change. Simply place it where the solar panel can soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight looks just like a professional security camera that is actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Look, the instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. The light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops, so there's no more arriving home to a dark house. Illuminate walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard for kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports court and to help secure outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic Spotlight is year-round outdoor durable and weather-resistant and backed by our 5-year warranty. And if it fails for any reason, return it for a full refund. But wait, if you order right now, you can double the offer and get a second Bionic Spotlight. Just pay a separate fee. You get it all. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low-value price. And the shipping is free. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-light home value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need. It's guaranteed. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-3138-148. That's 1-800-3138-148, or order online at bionicspotlight.com.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever, and free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life, guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Breaking for us now, dealing with a flash flood warning. This is thanks to Sally and those rain bands that continue to pummel us here in Florida, Bay County. That does include Panama City, as well as Panama City Beach until 6:15. You are dealing with that flash flood warning there. Again, still raining pretty steadily in that zone. And again, this is something that we'll be seeing a little bit more of as we head on through the rest of the day, as more of these rain bands continue to sort of train over the same spots. There's going to be more flash flood issues. So really be prepared for that. And if you happen to be heading out and about, please make sure you are not going through any flooded roadways, turning around, going another route. That's what you want to be doing here when you do encounter that. All right, so let's give you the latest on what is happening with Sally here. And again, it is still a hurricane, 85 mile per hour, hurricane category 1, a hurricane moving very slowly. We talked about how this thing was going to be moving so slow. Right now, northwesterly at 2 miles per hour. And I thought, okay, how slow is that? Well, the average human can walk about 3 to 4 miles per hour. So yeah, you and I could walk faster than what Sally is doing right now. And unfortunately, because it's going to be moving so slow, it's going to be able to dump so much rain over some of these areas, and it is expected to add up quite a bit. But in terms of where it's headed, very slowly, moving off towards the north eventually, and then curving towards the north and east. But this is tomorrow evening. It's still going to be situated here somewhere in southern portions of Alabama, maybe western sections of Florida, and then starts to race its way towards the east as we head on to the end of the week, spreading the impacts inland. We do have hurricane warnings here for you. Western portions of Florida, Pensacola, you're in there towards Mobile, Gulfport as well, all underneath those hurricane warnings. And then tropical storm warnings pushing farther inland as you get into the southern portions of Alabama. Evergreen, a spot that is included in that. And then, as is oftentimes the case when you're dealing with tropical cyclones making their way closer towards the coast and to land, you deal with that threat for tornadoes. Isolated threat, but nonetheless, the risk is there for you across southern Alabama into Florida. Right along that Interstate 10 corridor, there's a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. So just be on the lookout. Heed those warnings. They tend to be brief, the tornadoes. They tend to be on the sort of lower end of the scale in terms of the intensity, but a tornado is a tornado, and it can certainly cause damage. So again, heed those warnings if they are posted. Then we've got the flood issues, flood watches, flash flood watches that extend all the way up now into central portions of Alabama, including around the Birmingham area, and certainly wouldn't be surprised to see some of those flash flood watches get extended heading into parts of Georgia as we bring in that rain into those areas. You can see the concentration of the higher totals right here, southern Alabama into Florida, 12 to 18 inches. But there could be locally some spots that get into the 20 to 30 inch range. That's a lot of rainfall, so that is a big and major concern for us here when it comes to this system. Now, of course, Louisiana may be out of the path of Sally, but that does not mean that they won't escape impacts from the system. Meteorologist Felicia Combs is in New Orleans, where the winds are already gusting to near tropical storm strength.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone, you can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Felicia, thank you very much. Let's have a look right now at Gulf Shores. That is an angry looking sky and sea with the hurricane warning flags up. You can see that we've got a lot of heavy rain now moving into Gulf Shores. Let's have a look at the radar, and you can see Gulf Shores is now dealing with some of the periphery there of Hurricane Sally. And you can see our hurricane hunters have been flying around there. On their first pass, they found some winds right around 70 miles per hour. On the second pass, they found winds at the surface somewhere around 62 miles per hour. They'll be slicing and dicing their way through there over the next several hours, and we'll get a better idea of how strong we think Sally is, at least in terms of wind. But right now, we know that the big factors are going to be storm surge flooding and heavy rain and the flooding associated with that. Now, let's now take a look at those conditions along the Florida Gulf Coast. You can see that Panama City, Destin, Pensacola, all gusting in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. Gulf Shores gusting in the 30 mile per hour range, as you saw in that video. And this is the kind of weather that we're going to see for the next couple of hours with not much change, only because Sally's moving so slowly at a couple of miles per hour. But it will get worse. The wind and the rain Definitely the wind will increase, the rain will continue, and that is going to add up and pile up very quickly. But even outside of the rain, we're dealing with significant impacts. With the center of Sally 100 miles away, plus 120 or so miles away from New Orleans, we're still dealing with that north wind here, which is piling up the water on the south shores, Felicia was mentioning, of Lake Pontchartrain, and we can see coastal flooding there already, even in places where the weather is actually not that bad. That is something to consider. And we are going to continue to see that coastal flooding, I think, today. When you look at some of these water rises, it's times of high tide, there are going to be some significant flooding. Look at these water rises all across the region, as much as 3 to 5 feet already, and they're going to go up as Sally approaches. Let's zoom in on a couple of these areas. Let's go to Pensacola first and talk about, with an east wind, there are places along the Gulf Coast that aren't going to see much water rise, but the east wind will do that right now on those east-facing shorelines, let's say, of Pensacola Bay, right in there. That is why we're seeing that 3.5-foot water rise with that onshore component like that. Let's go somewhere else along the Gulf Coast here. This is in Mobile. Right, so Mobile Bay, with again that east-northeast wind gusting to 40 miles per hour now, is piling up water right on the eastern side of Mobile Bay. So that is going to be a continuing factor today, and that will only go up certainly at those times of high tide. How about this? St. Louis Bay, that northeast wind gusting to 30 is leading to significant water rises there. 3.5 feet, flooding as well, ongoing now, even with Sally 100 miles offshore. So we'll be watching for that to increase and becoming increasing danger, as well as the freshwater flooding from rainfall. We may see indeed 20 to 30 inches of rain. Alex, you talked about this. But again, one more point. It's not just going to be a couple of counties inland. Sally is going to continue to move in this direction and bring the heavy rain with it over the next couple of days. Even North Georgia, Western and North and South Carolina will not escape the heavy rain with the leftovers of Sally. Back to you.
Hi, thanks, Dr. Postal. Well, so new video. This as Sally, I should say, kicks up some of that storm surge in Mobile Bay, Alabama. And you can see that water just sloshing around there. And you hear the winds as well whipping. Well, also stuck in the sand on the Alabama Gulf Coast, Hurricane Sally has not even made that landfall, and already, well, the main street in Dauphin Island underwater, and cars and trucks are trapped in the sand. Emergency workers had to rescue a dozen or so people. 4 cars washed into the Gulf, and, well, less than an inch of rain for this stretch of the Gulf Coast in the past 24 hours. So it's really been the storm surge and that at the high tide here really coinciding to get the most of the blame for this early round of flooding. Well, let's talk about some of the timing of where we can expect to deal with all the issues here when it comes to Sally. And we'll start off looking here in Florida, right around Panama City, down towards Apalachicola, the Destin area as well. Throughout the rest of this afternoon, we're just going to be talking about the rain showers pinwheeling in and rotating round after round after round after round. And that's unfortunately going to add up here for us. This is heading into Wednesday morning, and we're still seeing more rain. And again, these will be capable of producing some very, very heavy downpours. And of course, there'll be some gusty winds associated with that as well. Late Wednesday morning, we're still finding the rain out. Now, as we get into Wednesday late afternoon, we start to see the core of the system moving northbound, north and eastbound. And so we should start to see things quieting down a bit. As opposed to dealing with that steady, heavy rain, we should start to see it becoming a bit more spotty in nature. But again, we're going to be in it for quite some time. Pensacola for us, essentially from now through Wednesday evening, at least 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And peaking, it looks like this evening into Wednesday morning with those wind gusts that could get up over 55 miles per hour. Rain adding up into the foot to a foot and a half range there in Pensacola itself. And you can see, again, with those winds hovering right around 50 or so throughout the rest of this afternoon, through the evening hours as well. Overnight, still pretty strong winds, and that continues here. This is now heading into Wednesday morning. We're still talking about some of those winds gusting up over 50 miles per hour, and no doubt the rain is going to add up too. We're going to be in that heavy range here through this afternoon, continuing here. Again, this is your time all the way through the overnight hours. We're still talking that very, very heavy rain. Mobile, another spot that'll feel the impacts. That will continue, again, pinwheeling the rain through this evening, heading into the overnight hours. Wednesday morning, there's the core of the system, again, starting to slowly work its way now off towards the north and the east. So by the time we get to Wednesday later in the day, should start to see things improving there. But boy, it's going to take quite some time, Dr. Postel. You've got a bit more on the track of this extremely slow system.
Yeah, you know, extremely slow. You are right about that, Alex. The latest advisory from the Hurricane Center issued at about an hour ago, a little bit more than that. Northwest at 2 miles per hour. It's walking speed, maybe even not as fast as you can walk. That is what Sally is doing right now. It's not really making a whole lot of inroads closer to the coast, and we're already dealing with some pretty angry weather and bad weather, a lot of heavy rain, coastal flooding, and some gusty winds as well. And that's only going to get worse and get worse at a rather slow pace. So that's going to prolong the effects and the impacts. That's a real problem, especially when you count up the rainfall totals. Look at the last 12 hours. This is the track going well before 12 hours, going back at least a day and a half. But look at how it's done over the last 12 hours right here. Watch this little kind of wobble back and forth. It's jockeying for position. That center doesn't really know where it is. It's like a drunk sailor kind of rolling its way through the northern Gulf of Mexico. But it's going to eventually move northward and get closer to the coast and bring those bad impacts with it along the way. Right now, we are watching the wind currents around it remain relatively weak, which is why we're not seeing it move much. There's nothing really to push it strongly northward. There's some signs that maybe some of this higher altitude flow is going to eventually push it, nudge it northward at a few more miles per hour than it is already, but that's not a lot. Most of the strong wind aloft is well to the north, and we're in this relatively weak steering position that we're in. And Alex, the cone has it moving northward, but look, only slowly. This is this evening, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow evening, lumbering its way onshore with those damaging wind gusts, the very heavy rain, and the significant coastal flooding from surge.
All right, Dr. Postel, yeah, lumbering, really a great way to describe it. Well, a hurricane warning, that's in effect for Mobile, Alabama. The city under threat for the damaging winds, storm surge, flooding, even tornadoes as Sally inches closer and closer to the shore. Joining me now on the phone is Mobile Mayor Sandy Stimpson. Mayor, thanks so much for joining us.
It's good to be here this morning.
So what preparations have been made ahead of Sally?
So the last 48 hours, we've had, a lot of time to make sure that all of our first responders are deployed around the city with all the equipment that they need, plus our public works personnel to respond to, downed trees, Alabama Power Company. So we have been able to collaborate with the county, with the EMA, and the other partners from the National Guard, Coast Guard. So we have a joint operation command where we all are housed and communicate. Fortunately, we have like 12,000 cameras scattered around the city where we have live feeds, so we can see if a street is flooded, if a power line is down, or if a tree is in the roadway, so that we can dispatch the right personnel. So we're as prepared as you can be at this point in time.
Well, of course, not only are we dealing with this threat from this hurricane, but of course this year we're also dealing with coronavirus. Has there been any extra challenges trying to prepare and keep?
So really what you have is a very slow moving storm with a lot of rain. The ground is already saturated. In Mobile, we have a lot of huge live oak trees. So when you have a slow-moving storm that has anywhere from 50 to 80-mile-an-hour winds, it just sits there and kind of pounds, away. So the root structure has been weakened because of the intense rains we have. So what our biggest fear is really is the damage that's going to be caused by trees blowing over.
All right. Well, thank you so much again. That's Mayor Sandy Stimpson there from Mobile, Alabama. Still a long ways to go with this marathon of a system. Certainly good luck to you there in Mobile and everyone else in the city as well, as we continue to follow what's going on with Sally inching closer and closer to the coast. Make sure you stay with us here on the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally that you will not get anywhere else. We'll be with you here all day. We're not going anywhere with the very latest developments as they occur.
Tremfya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing significantly clearer skin.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya. Uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Attention! Are you on Medicaid or Medicare? The U.S. government recently announced that 12.2 million citizens are eligible for additional benefits beyond what they receive from original Medicare or Medicaid. These additional benefits include up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call Go Medicare today at 800-932-2698. Again, if you have Medicare or Medicaid, you may be one of over 12 million citizens eligible for additional benefits, including up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-932-2698. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with no obligation to enroll in anything. Call today, 800-932-2698.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
This picture is a memory. It's a celebration of a moment that matters. And this is a Fracture glass print. It'll make you love printing your photos again. They're vibrant, easy to order, and arrive ready to hang. Visit FractureMe.com and tell your story with Fracture glass prints.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling is good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
One of our biggest expenses can be our cars, especially when unexpected repair bills hit. If your car breaks down, you could be looking at a huge repair bill. Not anymore. If you own a car, truck, or SUV, you could stop paying for repair bills. Call 800-684-0121 now to see if you can qualify. Just tell us the make and model and get an instant quote right over the phone and activate coverage today. You must have an automobile made from 1999 or higher, and all repairs for your engine, transmission, and much more can become a thing of the past. Call 800-684-0121 before your next repair bill hits. That's right, total protection for your car and no more repair bills. Plus, get free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. Just call 684-0121 to see if your car qualifies. Call 800-684-0121. Never pay for car repairs again. Call 800-684-0121. 800-684-0121.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Put out a lot of barricade a lot of the roads off. And if we have to do any high water rescue, we have a place we have to take everybody. And with COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart. And we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the numbers are going to look like.
Oh, the Mississippi coast will have a dangerous and potentially destructive encounter with Sally. As meteorologist Stephanie Abrams shows us from Pascagoula, the push of water into the coastal city, that's already starting to happen.
Something interesting is happening here in Pascagoula. We currently have a northeast wind, and you would think a northeast wind would push all the water out. But look at what we're dealing with already in this parking lot. We have that water that's come up. And where's it all coming from, you ask? Well, as we turn the camera around and show you, this is Highway 90, and that's the Pascagoula River. If you go down the river about a mile and a half, you get into the Gulf of Mexico. So why is it with a northeast wind, which you think we have all this water rise? Well, of course, you've got high tides that come into play, and you still just have that push of the whole system and the wave run up. So we're already starting to see that water come up here, even though we don't have this huge southerly push of wind. And of course, it's also been raining, so you have that combination. Here in Pascagoula, conditions will continue to go downhill before they get better. Back to you.
Steph, that's exactly right. And in addition to that, we have the risk of severe weather, including tornadoes, where a tornado watch has been issued now for parts of southern Alabama and the western Florida panhandle, primarily for the chance of some tornadoes. And I think later on this afternoon and evening would be the time frame in which you'd see the greatest risk for that, as is the case with landfalling tropical cyclones more generally. So this is not that unexpected and kind of following the party line when you deal with these outer bands of landfalling systems like Sally. And right now, we don't have any tornado warnings out. We've got a heck of a lot of rain in the Florida panhandle that seems to be stopping right at the Florida-Alabama border, but it will move northward eventually. But with that heavy rain, no severe weather. It's a rather stable regime here, not much buoyancy. But with the heavy rain, we are dealing with the flooding potential, of course, and we've got a flash flood warning out for Bay County in Florida, which includes Panama City and Panama City Beach. That goes until 6:15 local time. So that's about, 7 hours from now, with a lot more rain yet to come. We are going to see places that end up probably with 1 to 2 feet of rain at least. This is where the center of Sally is right now. And as I said, most of the instability is really offshore right in that zone, which is why we're not seeing that tornado threat really maximized yet inland. But it will get there eventually. And with enough buoyancy, there'll be plenty of wind shear to support rotating updrafts. What do I mean by that? Is that we have that east-northeast wind in place right now across the region, and only a couple thousand feet above that, the wind changes direction by quite a bit. It turns by a lot, and it increases in speed, and that kind of crossover in the right circumstance can lead to tornadic producing supercells, which is the kind of weather we might see later on this afternoon and evening, with torcons of 3 across the region and 2 surrounding that. That goes on a scale of 1 to 10, by the way, on a threat level. And overall, last graphic, Alex, I want to show you is that the tornado threat will likely continue in tomorrow and even extend a bit farther inland. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not just the coast that needs to be on alert for Sally. Atlanta, you're just one of the inland cities that is in the cone for this week. A bit of cloud cover, a few sprinkles and showers, and it's been a bit gusty as well with the winds. But really, it's going to be through the rest of this week, towards the end of the week, that the dreary weather will be really getting going. Steady rain, soaking rains. Now, Atlanta is running a foot above average when it comes to rainfall for the year. So we don't need any more rain, although this month of September has been a bit on the dry side. The amount of rain that comes in pretty quickly could cause some issues. So we're going to be watching things closely here. You can see the forecast calling for the wet weather. Looks like the more intense rains Wednesday into Thursday. That's going to be the time frame. But even into Friday, still some showers will be lingering around. And really from Atlanta back through a good chunk of Alabama, western Florida panhandle there for us, basically for tomorrow into Thursday, likely to see somewhere in that yellow area having to deal with flash flooding. The rainfall totals here for us calling for a pretty big swath here through Friday of 5 to 8 inches in the orange, with pockets of 8 to 12 here for us. So Alabama, North Georgia, into the Carolinas. We'll have to watch you very, very closely for that risk. Looking at what it looks like from the GFS model, you can see a very similar footprint, maybe some higher or lesser totals when it comes to the GFS. But you get the picture. There's going to be some very heavy rain as this thing slowly progresses heading into Wednesday night towards the north and the east. Plenty more on Sally's impacts next.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Using Fetch Rewards to turn receipts into rewards is easy as pie. Actually, it's easier. Just snap any receipt from any store and get points every time. Then choose from hundreds of gift cards. See? Easier than pie. Download Fetch Rewards today.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you could win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought, one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters.
On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water. Works perfectly.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
no ladders. And no damage.
Call 833-LEAF Filter or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
Find your inner flex. With Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at babbel.com.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. Take control of your health with our convenient, great-tasting, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your doorstep, starting at $12.99 per day for a limited time only. Call now or visit jennycraig.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
Unfortunately, we've had a lot of on-the-job training, but you don't take any of them for granted because they always have their own personality, and you don't know how they're going to spin up or come in. So we prepared like we normally do. We evacuate the harbor, we evacuate low-lying areas, watch the rivers, watch the streams, and we're more concerned about the water sometimes than the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
Well, with Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast, parts of Mississippi bracing for the impacts. And joining me now on the phone is U.S. Congressman for Mississippi's 4th District, Representative Stephen Palazzo. And Congressman, thanks so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Now, your district includes a number of cities that are in the path of this system, including Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula. So what do you want folks living in those areas to know ahead of Sally?
Well, fortunately, we have a great emergency management team, and we've ordered mandatory evacuations for low-lying areas and those areas in the flood zones. You know, we're really concerned about the storm surge, the flooding, as well as, you know, the tornadic activity that may spin off from the storm as it comes ashore. I'd have to say we've been truly blessed. You know, initially it was supposed to impact the west side of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and but the storm has continued its progression to the east. And so now it looks like, I mean, we already have storm surge and flooding on the low-lying coastal areas. But, you know, I'm over in Jackson County right now just assessing, you know, our locals and see if they need anything from me.
Now, what plans are in place to keep folks safe here? You mentioned some of the concerns that you have. What plans and resources are on the ready if needed?
Well, absolutely. Again, you know, we're no strangers to natural disasters here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You know, 15 years ago, Hurricane Katrina, you know, hit us. And so everybody that's pretty much local, they understand the importance of being prepared, being smart, and being safe. And so we have Swiftwater, we have state assets, federal assets, pre-staged. Fortunately, the president gave us a pre-landing disaster declaration. So we have all the resources we need. Again, we just continue to urge, you know, people in South Mississippi to just be cautious. Don't, you know, if there's standing water, don't try to drive through it. You know, if the winds pick up and we see an increase in the you know, weather conditions worsening, be sure and take shelter and take cover.
And Congressman, of course, we're dealing with the pandemic. How has that caused any issues in terms of preparation or even looking down the line with further response if necessary?
Well, I think people are still, you know, I've been through several EOCs, the Emergency Operations Centers, and people are taking the CDC guidelines seriously. They're wearing their masks, they're social distancing. Yeah, it can complicate things if, you know, if massive amounts of people have to go seek a shelter. But I think it's pretty much we've encouraged locals to not use the shelters if they have a place that they can go with a family member or friends. Do that first and use the shelters as a last resort.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman, there for Mississippi's 4th District Representative there, Stephen Palazzo. We certainly appreciate you talking with us. Certainly good luck dealing with Sally here over the next 24 to 36 hours. All right, Dr. Postel, we bring you in here to talk about some of the impacts from this hurricane. A lot of rain, flooding. That's going to be one of the big things. Yeah, indeed. With the slow forward motion at only 2 miles per hour. Look at the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. This thing is moving northwest at 2, meaning the impacts will be prolonged and extremely significant, especially with the flooding potential we've got. So pay attention to the local officials. And if you get a flash flood warning, move to higher ground if you can, or go up, or whatever it takes, because it's only going to rain a lot harder going forward, and the wind will gradually increase as well, with the combination of the two leading to a lot of fallen trees and also some down power lines as well. Power will go out, I think, eventually in many of these areas. The center of Sally, of this hurricane, is about 100 miles offshore still, so it's going to take a long time for it to get inland, and as it does, it will continue to bring that heavy rain and increasing wind along the way. Look at what's going on here along the periphery. We've got a north wind over Lake Pontchartrain, gusting to 30 miles per hour, leading to significant water rises. We've been showing you that on video all morning long, but the water rises aren't just there. They're in many other places where we have windward-facing shorelines. What do I mean by that? Well, even though Sally, the center of it, is about 100 miles away, look at some of these significant water rises in Pensacola Bay, in and around Pensacola. We're seeing flooding there. The same thing in Mobile, Alabama, Mobile Bay, with that northeast wind gusting to 41 miles per hour. So the flooding will continue to increase, the rain will increase, and the wind will as well. This is a long duration event. It's going to test our endurance, so remain vigilant. We'll be right back.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare. Do you use catheters? Are you tired of using messy lubricant? Depending on your insurance, you could be eligible to receive up to 200 catheters shipped to you every month for free, simply by calling Comfort Medical right now. You can use a new catheter every time you catheterize. And Comfort Medical has the latest styles with no need for lubricant from leading manufacturers. It's simple. Comfort Medical will deal directly with Medicare and private insurers so you can focus on the important things in life. Call Comfort Medical right now. If you want the newest products delivered conveniently and discreetly to your door, then it's time to discover Comfort Medical. Call Comfort Medical now. Shipping is free. And you can rely on Comfort Medical to deliver most catheter brands directly to your door. Reordering your catheter supplies is easy with the Comfort Medical app. Download it for free. Call now for a free Comfort kit and a free sample.
Call now at 1-800-868-8218. Call Comfort Medical today.
We're helping change the future of heart failure. Understanding how to talk to your doctor about treatment options is key.
Today, we are redefining how we do things. We find new ways of speaking, so you're never out of touch. It's seeing someone's face that comforts us, no matter where. When those around us know us, they can show us just how much they care. The first steps of checking in, the smallest moments, can end up being everything. There's resources that can inform us, and that spark can make a difference when we use it to improve things. Then that change can last within us. When we understand what's possible, we won't settle for less. The best thing we can be is striving to be at our best.
Managing heart failure starts now with understanding. Call today or go online to understandhf.com for a free HF handbook.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 9 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today and get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
In Tennessee, heavy rainfall this weekend prompting a flash flood warning. Water-covered yards and other areas leaving property nearly submerged. Now, the Department of Transportation even shut down a portion of Interstate 24. Sally expected to drop a couple more inches later this week on the already saturated area. And we've talked about this all year long, how some of these zones across the Tennessee Valley have been so soggy this year. Well, we're adding additional rainfall, and that could lead to more problems. Look at the large zone. This is just going through Thursday morning now, from the Florida Panhandle up through Alabama into parts of Georgia, where we have the likelihood, anywhere in that yellow, the likelihood to deal with flash flooding somewhere in that zone. The rain's going to add up. The forecast through Friday calling for a pretty big swath here that stretches all the way up, even into southern parts of Virginia, of 3 to 5 inches of rain, and even more as you get down to places like Montgomery. 5+ inches will be possible there. So this is tomorrow now, and the location of a Sally still situated there, southern portions of Alabama, western Florida Panhandle, and it's not going to move a whole lot getting into Wednesday night, just a few miles as it slides towards the north and the east, but we'll still be talking about a lot of rain, particularly on the east side of the system like we're seeing at this time. So there are those totals, 5, 6, 7 inches possible here for us there in parts of Alabama. Travel along Interstate 65, 85 as well, as not going to be easy times because it's going to be heavy downpour action, gusty winds as well. And we'll continue to watch Sally progress towards the northeast. But I mean, early part of Thursday, still situated there in eastern parts of Alabama. Finally, by Thursday night, crossing the state line into Georgia. But you can see the rain overtaking and overspreading parts of the mid-Atlantic. So a lot of areas will be feeling the impacts. And that's not just along the coast, but heading up into parts of the mid-Atlantic. Well, we turn now to the firefight out west. Apocalyptic scenes in Oregon as a drone flies over the entire neighborhoods in the town of Talent. That was just wiped out by some of these fires. You can see the red fire retardant blanketing the area. At least 36 people have died across Oregon, California, and Washington state, and thousands of homes have been destroyed. Now, of course, with all that smoke billowing up, air quality right now in California, Oregon, and Washington among the worst on the planet. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is on the ground in Berry Creek, California with the latest.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep, the anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm going to have a trailer. I think I'm still going to have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money that we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Hey, really such a great story to see the joy in that gentleman's face. You can only imagine how great he must feel there. All right, well, we still have the fire danger, unfortunately, here in parts of the West. Red flag warnings, south central portions of Oregon down into California through this evening. Really dry conditions, still some gusty winds. So any fires out there, they'll be able to burn pretty quickly. Any new ones that get started, they could go pretty quickly as well. And of course, with all the fires, the smoke still continues. Air quality alerts and dense smoke advisories are in place in these areas. Look at all the smoke and the forecast here for us as we head on through the rest of the day, not just here in the West, but spreading across parts of the rest of the country. We've got plenty more coverage here on the Weather Channel.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time.
That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea. Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, then customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made-up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking, it only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana, the new way to buy a car.
I remember that feeling of being back, being able to go back out and do all the things that I wouldn't or couldn't do before.
Once you get your new teeth, it's like opening up a whole new world.
After the dental implant procedure, I've seen patients change almost immediately.
I feel great. I feel confident. Don't put it off because it doesn't have to be that way.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. The Medicare Benefits and Questions line is now open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-578-6983 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-578-6983. 800-578-6983.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here, coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the south shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing, and this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
Felicia, yeah, the water and the waves are going to be hugely, unfortunately, problematic for many of us along the northern Gulf Coast. Right now, I'm showing some buoys with the wave heights on there and an estimate of what the significant wave heights are out in the Gulf of Mexico. Significant wave heights being the tallest 1/3 of the waves. And you can see some of these buoys are producing some very large waves, of course. But right out in here, if you look at the scale, the significant wave height is 20 to 30 feet. So that is very significant. There's a lot of big wave action out that way as well, which is going to contribute to some of the flooding with the wave run up as well. But also we have, let's say, for example, on the windward facing shores, the south shore of, let's say, Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Bourne right in there, with that wind coming out of the north-northeast gusting to 30 at Felicia's location. You can see already some of the flooding ongoing as we speak. But there are plenty of other places that are experiencing the very same phenomenon. Even though the center of Sally is about 100 miles offshore, we are still dealing with a very heavy rain, the increasing wind, and the coastal flooding as we speak. Look at some of these values coming in. Already 3.3 feet at Pensacola, 5.2 feet at Shell Beach. This is water rise above normally dry ground. But we can go in a little bit more in depth and zoom into some of these locations and show you why we're seeing the flooding, even with the center of Sally so far offshore. Well, whatever shoreline is facing the wind, that is where we're seeing that flooding. And there's Pensacola Bay right in there with an east wind gusting to 30 miles per hour. Same thing in Mobile Bay with an east wind gusting to 40 miles per hour, bringing some of these shorelines and making them vulnerable to that flooding. As well here in St. Louis Bay and Bay St. Louis, we are seeing that northeast wind kind of flooding the onshore or the windward facing shoreline there with as much water rise as 3.5 feet at that location. If that weren't enough, there's going to be a lot of freshwater flooding from the heavy rainfall, with potentially locations receiving 20 to 30 inches of rain, maybe, in addition to what we've got. And that is not just going to be reserved to those coastal counties. It is going to move well inland across parts of southern Alabama, Georgia, western North, and South Carolina, Alex, over the next couple of days. A long way to go with Sally.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. So that's Sally, and how about the rest of the tropics? And it is still very, very active. We have all sorts of systems to watch. A couple of tropical storms. We still have a hurricane out there, and yeah, off the coast of Africa, an invest area that we're going to have to pay attention to. One of those waves that could turn into something more down the line. But let's focus in on Paulette, Hurricane Paulette. There's Bermuda, of course, made its way right over the island and certainly impacted the folks there. Well, it's pulling away, still as a Category 2 hurricane, 105-mile-per-hour winds. This thing is hauling, though, off to the northeast at close to 30 miles per hour. Should continue on that journey to the northeast, but look, by the end of the week, takes more of a turn towards the southeast, and potentially could have an impact on the Azores by the time we get into the weekend. Otherwise, impacts to the lower 48 going to be in the form of wave issues. We still have Tropical Storm Teddy in the middle of the Atlantic, trying to further get itself organized here, moving to the west-northwest at about 13 miles per hour, still a ways away from those eastern Caribbean islands. And the good news is right now, it looks like this thing's going to stay well to the north of those islands. So that is good news because this thing is expected to continue to strengthen even further. Could be talking about a major hurricane before all is said and done. Good agreement among the models that it will be moving in that direction, but there's Bermuda. Hopefully they aren't impacted by that. Well, stay with us here on the Weather Channel for more in-depth coverage of Sally. We'll be here all day.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Needles, essential for sewing, but maybe not for people with certain inflammatory conditions, because there are options, like an injection, Xeljanz. The first and only pill of its kind that treats moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, or moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, when other medicines have not helped enough. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Needles. Fine for some, but for you, there's a pill that may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz, an injection.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. We've combined great tasting food with the science of intermittent fasting. So take control of your weight and start your transformation with our most popular plan, Rapid Results. You can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks.
It works. I'm proof that it works.
Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at flexsealproducts.com.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
Good afternoon from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we continue our around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Sally. Here in Hancock County, we're now under a tropical storm warning. By and large, the significant impacts are going to be east of here, and certainly we've got crews lined up around Mobile, through the coast of Alabama, and we'll keep you updated through today, tonight, and tomorrow. And then the inland flood threat. Some areas could get over a foot of rain all the way into Montgomery, maybe a half a foot of rain in Atlanta. So this is a continuing story even inland, along with a tornado watch till 6 for the coastal areas of Alabama and about the western half of the Florida Panhandle. One thing is for sure, it's going to take its sweet time. It's only moving northwest now at 2 miles an hour. Let's go back to the studio. Carl Parker has the latest on Sally. And Carl, I think the track is pretty much been determined, plus or minus a little bit. But now it's all about the timing and who ends up with the highest rainfall totals.
Yeah, that's right. And there are still differences in the modeling in terms of timing. Some of the models still bringing the storm very, very slowly onshore through the next couple of days. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center, 85-mile-per-hour winds. That might be a little generous based on what they've been seeing in the plane. Category 1 storm and now moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. So we expect that very slow forward speed to continue, probably not gaining any strength, probably slowly weakening as it gets closer, as we see increasing wind shear and water also being churned up from below, so it's a little bit cooler because the storm has been sitting in the same place. So the hurricane warnings, as we talked about yesterday, extended farther to the east to include the Florida Panhandle. One of the biggest concerns is going to be very heavy rain. There you see a flash flood warning in Bay County. That includes Panama City. We expect to see a lot more of that type of thing. Winds are getting gusty right now, gusting up to 40 miles per hour in Mobile. We're going to see much more wind through late tonight and early tomorrow. Winds now gusting to 31 in Biloxi, and we've seen some pretty significant water level rises already at Shell Beach in eastern Louisiana, 5.2 feet, and we expect to see more of that kind of thing through several high tide cycles, but the surge in general is not going to be as bad as originally feared. Still, though, we're talking about life-threatening surge, particularly in eastern Louisiana and around Mobile Bay. So let's take a look at a model forecast. And again, there are some models that are even slower, but what this model is showing is the storm very gradually moving in. So it's almost a full day in this depiction as it's coming up there, the northern eye wall coming up into northwest Florida. It takes that long for the storm to move in. And of course, that is going to radically amplify the amount of rain that we get along the coast there in Alabama and Mississippi and northern Florida. And then that storm continuing up and into Atlanta. So looking for 12 to 18 inches, southern Alabama and northwest Florida, but locally there could be as much as 20 to 30 inches of rain. So this really could be an historic flooding event for some parts of the Gulf Coast, and very heavy rain through a lot of the Florida Panhandle, continuing up into Montgomery and then on up into the Atlanta metro as well. We're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain there. So this is going to be a prolific rain producer, not just at the coast, but areas much farther along to the north. So we're talking about a significant rainfall maker and also a significant threat for flash flooding there along the northern Gulf Coast. So let's get back out to Mike Seidel. And Mike, this has been a very difficult one to forecast. Of course, when you've got a storm in a really weak steering flow, it becomes that much harder to predict exactly when and where it's going to go.
And when it's finally going to move, we saw that with Florence and Harvey. I mean, Florence, remember, in North Carolina, tremendous amounts of rainfall. So think about that. It was moving at 1 or 2 miles an hour, much like this is now. Once it gets on land, it will start to pick up some forward motion, thank goodness. But the damage will have been done, especially along the Gulf Coast and in southern and south central Alabama. I want to take a shot now. We're looking southeast, right out towards where the center of Hurricane Sally is. And you can see the darker clouds at the base of the horizon. That's really the outer rain band. That's way, way out there. We're getting just a few drops here in Bay St. Louis. We're about 105 miles approximately from the center of the circulation. It's now moving northwest at 2, but then it's going to turn. So in this part of Mississippi and off to the west, we have really dodged a bullet. We were very, very concerned, especially about New Orleans. Again, another spot that could have gotten double-digit rainfall total. We know the situation there is like a big bathtub. And our own meteorologist, Felicia Combs, was there earlier this morning.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, out can certainly still be feeling impacts.
Yes, over there they've got the wind in New Orleans. They're not going to get any rain or very little rainfall, much like here. I want to show you what kind of impacts we've had here with the wind. Even though the wind's offshore right now, north gusting to 30, we still have the push of water overall on shore, and we still have a water level rise. This is some video I shot about an hour and a half ago. This is on the other side of the bridge that goes over the Pass Christian, and you can see the water has covered up the roadway. This is the yacht club here in Bay St. Louis, and those docks are completely underwater, and part of the road is, and the wave action a little protected there by the marina itself. But I want to take a look at where we stand right now here in Bay St. Louis. The water level rise now up to about 3.5 feet. That's not unexpected. In fact, the original storm surge values were up to 11 feet. They have been lowered by the Weather Service because the center is going to be off to our east, so we're not going to get the push. Winds offshore. It will stay offshore for the rest of the event. Our forecast surge here 3 to 5. 4 to 7, Shell Beach is up over 5, so that's the water up into Lake Bourne and over towards Lake Pontchartrain where the wave action, as Felicia just showed us. And then off to our east, Carl, we're going to have more issues with a higher surge, Gulf Shores, Pensacola Beach, and depending on where the track is, how much water comes up Mobile Bay. We're going to have crews there with live coverage later on today, tonight, and tomorrow. But again, the big story, Carl, for a lot of us, if we're not on the coast, is going to be the prolific rainfall totals because of the slow movement of this hurricane.
Yeah, and in some areas you've got water coming in from two directions, coming in from the Gulf and the Bay, and then also trying to run back out and having a hard time doing that, and that adds to the flooding woes. Now, take a look at the radar here for the last 12 hours, and you can see how little this thing has moved in 12 hours. So it's in a very weak steering flow right now. There's just not a lot of upper level wind to move it along. And this, by the way, is a trend that we have seen going back to 1949. We've seen that the landfalling tropical cyclones in the North Atlantic have slowed by 16%. The forward speed has slowed by 16%. And when you think about it, it makes sense. That's because the jet stream has been retreating to the north, and we're not seeing as much of that very strong upper level wind in place. So already you've got a terrific amount of rain here. We're talking about 2.5 to 3 inches, and the main part of the storm hasn't even come onshore yet. So already just preceding these outer bands producing quite a bit of rain. Flash flood warning there in Bay County. Look at this big mass of rain right in here that's south of Gulf Shores. That is going to be moving northward over the next several hours here, and as that happens, you can bet that we're going to see some flash flood warnings. There's a look at the rain to come. We may see over 20 inches, maybe closing in on 30 inches in some places, so there is a high risk for flash flooding, but it's not just going to be along the coast. We're going to watch that flood threat also extend well well inland, Jackie, and right up into parts of Alabama and North Georgia.
Yeah, and even into the Carolinas beyond that. Let's take you into Atlanta, Georgia right now. One of the areas that's going to be in for a super soaker, especially to end the rest of the week. Clouds already here across the region. A couple of light showers we've been experiencing already today. It's going to turn more blustery with wind gusts around 25 miles per hour. And the Atlanta metro could be experiencing as much as 4 to 8 inches of rainfall when all is said and done. So if you haven't done it already, clear out those gutters, make sure your drains and everything are working properly to help prevent that water from rising, because that could be a real issue in some major metropolitan areas, Montgomery, Birmingham, Atlanta, on up towards Charlotte, as Sally eventually works its way, a couple days perhaps, as it moves across Alabama and then into Georgia and eventually towards the Carolinas and becomes a remnant low. So not much to steer it right now. We are waiting for this trough off towards the west to finally pick it up and kick up that forward speed, but just copious amounts of tropical moisture is going to get lifted along with that, and it will get enhanced by that trough. Now, we do have flash flood watches already in effect across much of Alabama into the panhandles of Florida on over into Mississippi. Those will likely get expanded with time as that moisture gets lifted on up towards the north. So you can see that slow crawl with potential landfall tonight or tomorrow sometime, and then lifting up through Alabama all throughout the day. So really heavy downpours expected. Montgomery, Birmingham, look at Atlanta. This comes in Thursday, even into Friday. Charlotte, big bullseye potentially as we head into your Friday night. That's going to be a good night to stay indoors for sure. You can see how likely it is to see that flash flooding. The yellow area indicating that from Atlanta to Greenville Thursday through your Friday morning, but widespread green all across the map here. Very difficult to predict exactly where some of the heaviest rainfall will be coming through, but it really gives you the idea of that good big swath of 5 to 8 inches with locally heavier amounts. We couldn't even rule out 10 inches in some of these areas. Carl, 3 to 5 potentially into Charlotte. Models not totally syncing up, which is difficult to do. I think the Euro's kind of been overdoing rainfall so far this season, so we'll have to see what happens here. But definitely life-threatening flash flooding on the table for millions of Americans.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of worry when you get into that higher terrain there in North Georgia and western parts of North Carolina. Another thing that we're looking at is the tornado threat, and right now we're not seeing any tornado warnings, and I think at least a good part of the reason for that is the lack of instability. So instability is a function of the warm and humid air at the surface and how the temperature changes as you go up through the atmosphere, and where you see the instability that is starting to get into what is requisite for severe thunderstorms. That's the areas in red, that red shading right there, and you can see this banding that's coming on shore. Just not a lot of instability in those areas right now because it's been raining a lot, so it's generally cooler, but as the storm comes on shore, it's going to bring with it even more warm and humid air, and that will probably increase the instability over time. What we are seeing plenty of is wind shear. This is looking at the low-level winds, the surface winds, which are now coming out of the northeast there across a lot of the Gulf Coast, and then winds aloft at about a mile up coming out of the east. These are winds of 50 miles per hour at 5,000 feet. So that's a terrific amount of low-level shear in terms of both direction and speed. So that certainly could bring us some tornadoes. If we get strong enough updrafts to develop, you can very quickly see some spin-ups here. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon along the Gulf Coast today. We will see that again tomorrow, most likely parts of Florida and then farther north. And keep in mind, Jackie, that as you know, almost all of the tornadoes that we get with landfalling tropical systems are weaker systems. They tend to be very quick spin-ups.
All right, Carl, we want to get folks caught up right now, up to speed on what we know about Sally at this hour. The governors of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama have all declared states of emergency ahead of Sally's landfall. In southern Alabama, Mobile Regional Airport has canceled commercial flights that were scheduled for today. Meanwhile, airlines including Southwest, Delta, and United have waived fees for passengers who need to change their flights. And in Mississippi, evacuation shelters are now open in at least 6 counties. As the Gulf Coast deals with Sally, the West Coast struggling with fire, and in Oregon, a pair of Marines and their friends didn't need their uniforms to help defend their country. This time around, the Marines battled flames. They made a pit stop while driving through western Oregon and worked with firefighters to help save a man's home from a wildfire. They used sprinklers and buckets of water to douse the flames. Boy, I'll tell you, everybody working to help put out those fires, true heroes, that is for sure. Those fires continuing to rage across parts of the West. Air quality remains poor with air quality alerts across so many different states here. All of Washington, Oregon, most of Idaho, and western parts of Montana. Now, the smoke continues to be a big issue here. We've got a trough and a cold front that's just offshore right now, and that is bringing in some moisture. In fact, we've seen some light showers already today, generally around the Cascades and westward here into Washington State and Oregon as well. But to give you an idea of just how widespread this smoke is, look at this. This is going coast to coast, all the way across the U.S. Of course, the smoke is very diffused and at much higher levels as it reaches parts of the east. But I did do a measure on this from the Pacific to the Atlantic. This stretches more than 4,000 miles.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
We did it! Wherever you start, SNHU is where you can finish.
Here we go. And it's it. Yay! Southern New Hampshire University.
Like it's a hope.
Look at that! Master's degree! I did it!
I did this for my children. I am very proud of myself.
Finish your degree at snhu.edu.
We are the Thrivers. Women with metastatic breast cancer. Standing in the struggle, hustling through the hurt, asking for science, not sorries. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant or a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor. Kisqali is the only treatment in its class with proven overall survival results in 2 clinical trials, helping women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali was also significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved for use with tamoxifen. It's our time to continue to shine because we are the Thrivers. Ask your doctor about Kisqali, the only treatment in its class proven to help women live longer in 2 clinical trials.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. The Medicare Benefits and Questions line is now open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-320-9134 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-320-9134. 800-320-9134.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
We're doing that for you around the clock here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We appreciate you tuning in. We're going to keep you safe. We're going to get you through yet another hurricane in what has been a remarkable season so far, 2020. What a year overall, if you think about it. I'd rather not right now. Let's talk about Sally. And the winds here are north-northeast, so they're offshore in Bay St. Louis because we are north and west to the center. The center is going to stay to our east, so that's going to help in the surge category. We're at about 3.5 feet. High tide was about an hour and a half ago. You can see the seaweed and the debris marking where the water level was. And again, about 3.5 feet above where it should be. The marina, the docks are underwater. That's not too bad. There's no impact right now on any of the properties here in Bay St. Louis. But we've already had winds gusting over 60 miles an hour over in Dauphin Island, also Gulf Shores, Alabama. And I just checked Dauphin Island, which is a barrier island off Mobile Bay, and they're sustained at almost 50. So the winds are gradually ramping up. One of the issues we have is it's only moving northwest at 2 miles an hour. Jackie Jarris, I know you're back in Atlanta, and right there in front of you is Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham with the latest.
Yeah,
We'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, so let's go right to that and bring in Ken Graham, again, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Ken, we talked to you about the same time yesterday. What's been the most significant change with Sally since that time?
I think as expected, this slowdown. I mean, you're moving at northwest at 2 miles an hour, Jackie, that just compounds all the issues. I mean, we just look at how long we're going to have that prolonged flow with the coastal storm surge in some areas around Alabama back to the Florida Panhandle. But the other part of this story at 2 miles an hour is just torrential rainfall. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we've been looking at. And Jackie, right over my shoulder, Dan's been the one issuing the forecast, and I heard him say wobbling around. And that's really what we have here. The storm's been wobbling around yesterday and continues to do that today as it slowly progresses to the north.
And with all those wobbles and the slow nature of this, could Sally throw us any surprises yet before landfall?
I think just this slow nature, I think you'll continue to see that with time. I mean, you might see the winds come down a little bit, and we'll have to be real careful how we word that, because even if the winds decrease slightly, that doesn't mean the storm's any weaker, right? So we want to make sure to really communicate. Even you see some fluctuations in the wind, you may see a little bit of fluctuation in the actual forecast track, but either way, this slow movement, I mean, the closer these dots are together, the slower the storm, that's going to produce that torrential rainfall, the dangerous rainfall in the storm surge. So the slow movement is really the big key factor here.
Yeah, and let's talk about that rainfall. I mean, the rainfall totals forecast 20 to 30 inches is really staggering. How far inland do you think this flood risk extends?
Yeah, that's, the slow movement. We continue to see that. I mean, it's going to take from now, if you look at our forecast track, it's going to take really into Friday before we get this system into Georgia. So as a result, right along the coast, we can see those big time totals of 15 to 20, if not 25 to 30. But even if you slowly move the center northward, even through Friday, some of the inland areas, 6 to 10 inches of rain, that's a dangerous situation because you still have those winds. You can have flash flooding, saturate the soil, and have trees down and power outages even inland.
All right, thanks so much, Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Appreciate that information. So, Carl, yeah, we've been talking about this slow-moving nature of Sally. The winds have been fairly consistent. With it not moving all that much, that could potentially cause some of that upwelling, which would keep it a little steadier in terms of intensity. What are you thinking for the winds here?
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly right. I think that's going to keep a little bit of a lid on the intensity, the fact that you've got some cooler water coming up from below. So certainly hurricane force winds are possible in parts of Mississippi and Alabama and Florida. But one thing to really keep in mind is the duration of the event, because as Ken mentioned, as you've got saturated soils, that's going to allow trees to come down a lot more easily. Now, here's one of our high resolution models showing that eye wall coming in very late tonight into the early morning hours on Wednesday, and then continues up into northwest Florida, going into the middle of the day on Wednesday. So again, a prolonged period of strong wind with heavy rain, and that could easily drop a lot of trees, and then it moves up into parts of Alabama and Georgia beyond that. Let's compare that to the European model, which has consistently been even slower. So looking at the same time frame, here we go into very late tonight into early Wednesday morning, just after midnight, hasn't moved in all of that time. Then into the middle of the day tomorrow, it's starting to come in middle of the day tomorrow. And then finally by the time we get into Thursday morning early, just after midnight on Wednesday, that's when the eye wall comes in. So still some significant differences in the modeling. And remember, you can follow us on Weather Today on Quibi.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot, because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier. With free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At U-Haul, we know a move can be exciting.
I got it.
Perhaps you landed that big promotion. Maybe it's time to live closer to family.
You guys can come over whenever you want.
Or you got that bigger place.
Are you excited to have your own room? Yeah!
But finding help with your move, that's not so much fun.
Hey guys, can you all help us move? I'm busy that weekend. Sorry, man. I didn't tell you what weekend.
That's why we created MovingHelp.com.
Look at this.
MovingHelp.com is an online marketplace for booking reliable and affordable muscle for your move. With dozens of pros to choose from, it's easy to find the help you need to get the job done.
Thank you.
Whether you're moving across town, headed across the country, or just need a little muscle, you can be confident in our upfront guaranteed pricing. Safe, convenient, reliable.
We made it.
Moving Help, powered by U-Haul. Your move made easier.
This picture is a memory. It's a celebration of a moment that matters. And this is a Fracture glass print. It'll make you love printing your photos again. They're vibrant, easy to order, and arrive ready to hang. Visit FractureMe.com and tell your story with Fracture glass prints.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at babbel.com.
You push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
I think today the message is there's still time to heed the directions of your local elected officials and emergency managers. So if you're under evacuation orders, please heed that, those orders. The other thing is you still have time to make final preparations. You need to do that quickly. And again, this storm is going to be a slow-moving storm, lots of surge, and really more importantly, lots of rain, especially inland. Rain, I think, because it's such a slow mover, is going to be the major issue as we move Sally through Alabama and Georgia in the next couple days.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the south shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing, and this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
And just back here in Bay St. Louis, we're looking at the surge here. We've had about a 3.5-foot water rise above normally dry ground. The tide was high about an hour and a half ago. You can see the wave action here. Now we're protected. We've got islands off the Mississippi coast like Cat Island and other land, and that gives us a little bit of a buffer. But I want to show you what it looks like right now live in Gulf Shores, and look at the wave action there. I mean, we've got a pounding surf. We're expecting surge values up there, over there as high as 6, 7, 8 feet, maybe even a little bit higher. They're going to be on the east side, at least at the current forecast track of where the center comes in, somewhere around the Mobile Bay area. So that's going to push the water up. And also a tremendous amount of rain. I know late this morning we already had some rain gauges right on the coast there, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, up over 4 inches. And we've got a long way to go because the system is just not moving. Let's go back to Atlanta. Carl Parker with more analysis. We've got the heavy rain threat, Carl. We have the tornado threat, and we have the wind and the surge threat. We'll see how much power goes out this time, but fortunately with the lighter winds, we should not see any of the numbers we saw, especially in Louisiana, the hundreds of thousands of customers that lost power during Laura.
Yeah, we likely won't see as much structural damage as well, but one thing that could happen certainly is we could be looking at a lot of tree damage with all that heavy rain loosening up the soil and this long duration wind event, which is on the way here. Already the winds are getting up to 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour along the Alabama coast. So right now, a Category 1 storm, 85 mile per hour winds. That might be a little bit generous, but certainly the storm is a formidable storm and expected to be a Category 1 hurricane as it gets closer to the coast. Very slow motion towards the coast, generally in the direction of Mobile Bay, but certainly there could be some deviation from that in either direction. And the trend here over the last couple of days has been to move the tracks just a little farther east. So keep your eyes on this storm in northwest Florida in case it does deviate even a little bit farther to the east. There you see the current radar and satellite picture and the eye wall trying to get a little bit more organized. And you can see all that banding that is now moving into northwest Florida. Brand new flash flood warning to tell you about for Walton County right now, and we're going to see a lot more of this. That is going to be one of the biggest from just the very, very heavy rain on the way because of this slow forward speed of the storm. Winds now gusting to 40 miles per hour in Mobile. And then we take you farther west, and pretty gusty wind on the west side of the circulation as well, but not a lot of weathers.
Brian, thanks for joining us.
I'm sorry I couldn't hear you.
It's hard to hear between the wind and the mask out here. We're just trying to play it safe. Thank you, sir. Back here in Bay St. Louis, few raindrops right now, and another area that really has come through this virtually unscathed. The real concern was a lot of rain in a city that, has to deal with all the pumps. They were ready, but the rain never came, thank goodness. Let's get the latest now from meteorologist Felicia Combs.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would typically be like an area where people would picnic. It would typically be a parking lot as well. But as you can see, it's covered in water. And the thing is, it just keeps coming. So you would think that eventually we're going to stop seeing this, but as long as we have this northerly wind, which we're going to continue to have as long as we're in this area of Sally, we are going to continue to see this storm surge coming in. You can see the water just continuing to flow, and it's flowing across Lakeshore Drive. David, let's take a look at Lakeshore Drive now so you can see the water is almost meeting the other side. It has already at least flowed over the other side, and that's why authorities have closed Lakeshore Drive. They closed the drive yesterday, and it remains closed today, and I have a feeling it will remain closed tomorrow as this persistent northerly breeze is going to continue, and this storm surge is also going to continue. So the final thought on this, even if you're well away from the center, outside of the cone.
Actually, because of those saturated grounds that we expect. And let's talk about the threat. So Walton County under flash flood warning right now, Bay County as well. That includes Panama City. And the next area I think we need to keep our eyes on is this banding that is now coming into southern Alabama, getting very close to Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores there. As that starts to move in, you can bet we're going to move in overnight tonight, though some of the modeling is indicating it could be even slower than that. But you notice it's still on the coast there in the morning, and then finally making a move getting into the afternoon if it were to happen like that. But again, it might be even slower than that. So total amounts of rainfall, easily double-digit rainfall in these most affected areas in southern Alabama and northwest Florida, and maybe as much as 20 to 30 inches in some spots. So this is going to be really historic rainfall in some areas of the northern Gulf Coast, and I fear a really significant flash flooding on the way. But it doesn't end there. Actually, we'll continue well up into Georgia and beyond that into the Carolinas. And here's Jackie with more on that.
Yeah, a lot of gold on that map there still. So let's take you to Atlanta, Georgia. That's one of the places that could be in for some flooding. You've already had some light showers occasionally today and a lot of cloudiness. Look at the temperature, Atlanta. That's one thing you got going for you. A little break in the heat for sure, 69 degrees. But rain chances are really going to start to increase late tomorrow, continuing through at least Friday morning with some gusty winds to boot. So be prepared for somewhere on the range of 2 to as much as 8 inches locally. So that could lead to some flash flooding. Atlanta, it's been a little dry the last couple of weeks for the first half of September. So that will help you a little bit, at least leading into the rain, that the initial rain will get absorbed. But as we take a look at this track, that slow crawl as it moves up towards Mobile Bay, and will take its sweet time through Thursday evening, moving across the state of Alabama. And then it starts to pick up a little bit more forward speed, trekking across Georgia and working its way towards the Carolinas. So we're really waiting for this dip in the jet stream or this upper trough to help pick it up and steer that more to the north and towards the northeast. And once that happens, we'll start to see that movement. And that's a little bit of good news, but still copious amounts of tropical moisture to work with here. So we're going to really squeeze a lot of that down on top of ground that's already been getting wet in some areas here. So we do have flash flood watches that remain in effect through Thursday. Montgomery, Birmingham, you're on the northern fringes of all of this. That could lead to not just urban flooding, but we're talking about river, creeks, and streams, several of which are already forecast to go into major the coast. I mean, most people walk way faster than what Sally is doing right now. We'll begin to move up into central parts of Alabama late in the day on Thursday, with some of those gusty winds get closer to
effect across this region. So we'll take a look at that. Tornado watch there in northwestern parts of Florida and near Mobile. That is going until 6 o'clock tonight. And so that is the area where we're most concerned about the possibility of tornadoes. But right now, when you look at the instability, and that's largely a function of warm and humid air at the surface, and you see that showing up in red there, there's not a lot of it right now because it's raining very heavily. And so that's keeping temperatures a little bit cooler. So, you know, there are some areas where we have some, but just not a whole lot. What we do have in abundance is the wind shear. This is looking at the winds at the surface in orange there, and then also the winds aloft at 5,000 feet of 50 miles per hour or greater. So there's really, really strong wind aloft coming out of a different direction relative to the surface wind. And so where we can get some strong updrafts going, there certainly could be some tornadoes. And there you see the Torcon for today. It's a 3 out of 10, excuse me, in northwest Florida and also in southern Alabama. And then tomorrow, we are again going to see a tornado risk, but extending a little farther inland into much of southern Alabama and southern Georgia and northern Florida as well. Always a worry when you've got a landfalling tropical cyclone. Jackie, over to you.
Okay, another big story that we're following today, of course, Carl, happens to be what's going on with what we know right now with Hurricane Sally. Evacuation shelters are now open in Alabama and Mississippi ahead of Sally's landfall. National Guard high water teams have now been activated in 2 Alabama counties, where officials are urging communities along the Gulf of Mexico and vulnerable inland areas to voluntarily evacuate. Meanwhile, several school districts in southern Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi have canceled classes for today. Now on to the West Coast. Fires creating big issues. The wildfire situation in the western U.S. is so bad. Smoke is now starting to smother parts of Canada also. This was a scene in Vancouver as a drone flew through the city, just shrouded in the gray smoke. The government of Canada issued an air quality advisory yesterday, warning of poor air quality and reduced visibility. So that's the case across much of our western U.S. still, and that smoke is traveling for literally thousands of miles. It stretches from the Pacific all the way to the Atlantic, and millions of us are suffering with poor air quality. Here's a look in brown where we have all the air quality alerts. Seattle, Portland, Medford, Spokane, Boise, Helena, all under air quality alerts. Now, we do have some onshore flow today. We've got a storm out here into the Pacific, and so we've got some moisture that's coming in along with the smoke in places like Seattle, keeping your visibility down to about 1 to 3 miles, but a little rain in the forecast. This will pick up a little bit more, I think, as we head towards the end of the week and help to disperse the smoke a little bit. In the meantime, high levels of smoke stretches all the way to the East Coast.
Sometimes the smallest gestures can be the most refreshing. Give extra, get extra.
From muscle pain, body aches, to strains, Blue Emu Maximum Arthritis. It works fast and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain, sore muscles, strains, and more.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Dental implants are going to give people that full aspect of their life back.
At Clear Choice, we've been doing this for many, many years, and I think we truly help patients change their lives here.
It's so meaningful to be a part of that impact.
Come in, talk to us. You're going to get an education on what implants are, what the solutions are, what can be done.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. The Medicare Benefits and Questions line is now open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-320-9134 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Just call 800-320-9134. 800-320-9134.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We're here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. We're on the western fringe of the impacts. In fact, here in Hancock County and points to the west, including New Orleans and southeast Louisiana, the hurricane warning was switched to a tropical storm warning. So great news overall for the Big Easy. There was a lot of concern a couple of days ago about the heavy rainfalls that were going to move in there, as well as, you know, a full-fledged hurricane. Now the track, it's pretty much etched in stone, give or take a few miles. It's going to come in somewhere around Mobile, the Gulf Shores area. Those areas under hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings, and we've already had 4 or 5 plus inches of rainfall. We're going to see rainfall totals 20 inches and even higher even away from the coast. So we're talking Montgomery, all those areas, southern and central Alabama are all under flood watches. And Jackie, as you well know, a lot of heavy rain and some wind, and that is the perfect prescription for trees down and power outages.
Yeah, likely a big problem we're going to have going forward for sure with Sally. Well, Louisiana is still reeling from Hurricane Laura and now ready for Sally as well, but they're likely going to be escaping the brunt of this storm this time around. Joining me now is Senator Bill Cassidy, is one of the state's 2 senators. Senator, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we've been having some surge issues certainly already. What's the latest for you know of for closures and any kind of damage that might be taking place?
You know, there's some places, like, for example, Grand Isle, which is a barrier island, is having some flooding on the bay side. But so far, I think they have like 10 pumps deployed, and only one of them is in use. And so obviously, the storm shifting to the east decreases the risk for coastal Louisiana. And I'm sorry for the folks to the east, but since it's kind of going down in wind strength and in rain, amount of rain, hopefully this will not affect anybody too negatively.
Yeah, so this is definitely some good news for most of Louisiana, that's for sure. What has it been like, and how have preparations been impacted, if at all, while you're still recovering from one hurricane while you're preparing for another?
Fortunately, they're on different sides of the state. I get the Twitter feed from, or the text feed from the city of New Orleans, and there are preparations to evacuate certain low-lying areas, to cancel certain services, to tell people what to do. But fortunately, as it began to move to the east, you know, there wasn't an all-points evacuation. It's just if you're outside the levee system, you need to come back within the levee system. And again, it shifted to the east, so that worked out much better for us.
Yeah, do you think because Laura happened that maybe those people were more willing to evacuate, or what kind of response did you have from that?
No, so there's about 10,000 people from the Hurricane Laura area, Lake Charles area, who are in New Orleans hotels. So the issue is, do you evacuate? And the decision was don't evacuate. One, it did seem as if the levee system in New Orleans could protect it. 2, in the age of COVID, what do you do? 3, you can't have people moving around, you know, as itinerant all the time. And 4, they felt like if it turned out to be worse than expected, there would still be the capability of evacuating folks from those hotels. So for the folks who had evacuated to New Orleans, it's a particular relief that they didn't have to relocate once more.
Absolutely. And what kind of lessons have we learned with COVID and sheltering right now?
So instead of putting people in big gymnasiums or auditoriums, congregate settings, if you will, because of COVID, they were moved to individual hotels. As you might guess, people prefer the hotels. And because of COVID, there was a lot of hotel rooms open. So it kind of worked out in a strange sort of a way to be best, to be best for the evacuees. I'm sure it's more expensive. Hats off to the Red Cross. The Red Cross took over from the state the responsibility for housing people, and they've done a wonderful job. And I was on the plane flying to D.C. yesterday and out of Louisiana, and lots of folks from Red Cross on that plane, and I just cannot tell you the gratitude we all feel towards them.
Yeah, so much help is still needed. And you said you got on a plane, Senator, so that must mean you're better. I understand you recently had COVID.
Yeah, I'm about maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks out now, and I have some residual symptoms, but it's like nothing compared to what other people described, and so I'm not complaining at all.
All right, well, we are glad that you are well, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana. I want to head to our storm specialist, Carl Parker. Carl, you know, Louisiana's certainly getting off a little easier from this storm, but they're still getting that northerly wind that's been creating a few issues.
Yeah, no question about that. And wind is going to be significant with this storm. We don't want to downplay it at all. There is still a hurricane warning in effect in southern Mississippi as well as southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle there. You notice that the warnings have been dropped from the New Orleans area. That happened here within the last day. And I want to show you one of our model forecasts showing you that eye wall of the storm, the radius of maximum wind. And in this model depiction, that begins to move towards the coast late tonight and through the overnight hours. Some of the models are a lot slower, but you're talking about a prolonged period of strong wind with heavy rain. Could be quite a bit of tree damage across the northern Gulf Coast here. We'll have much more coming up.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. Then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
It's so hard to sleep when it's hot, impossible to work, and even uncomfortable to relax. You need a fan, but they're bulky, awkward, and never put the breeze exactly where you want it. Introducing My Fold-Away Fan from Bell & Howell, the compact cordless fan that unfolds into your own personal wind machine and extends to nearly 4 feet high. Amazing! Forget plug-in fans that never reach. This rechargeable lithium-powered fan goes anywhere you need it with a charge that lasts up to 10 hours. And oh yeah, it has power, enough to blast a breeze to the other side of this room. Now that's some wind. At an ultra lightweight of less than 2 pounds, it's easier than ever to have a personal targeted breeze inside or outside in just seconds. Plus, this whisper quiet fan has 3 separate speeds, so set it on low to stay cool while watching TV, or use it on the patio to battle the summer heat. Crank it up to high for a refreshing breeze in the kitchen. And it's so portable. Use it to chill down outdoor activities like gardening, fishing, or even camping trips. Plus, with a unique telescoping stand, you can place it on the floor so the breeze will easily reach atop the bed, across the top of the dinner table, or even over your work desk at the office. Then the whole thing folds away for easy storage. There's never been another fan like it.
I've never seen anything like this. It's so compact and it magically unfolds into a full-sized fan.
It's portable and rechargeable. I can take it anywhere.
Other fans sell for over $100, and they're not rechargeable. But get My Fold-Away Fan from Bell & Howell for just 2 payments of $19.99. It comes with the USB cable to make charging fast and easy, plus our 90-day warranty. My Fold-Away Fan, the ultra-portable, compact, and rechargeable fan that will keep you cool anywhere. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-916-9072 or go to myfoldawayfan.com. That's 1-800-916-9072, or you can order online at myfoldawayfan.com. Order now.
Be right back.
More fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American made products at WeatherTech.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
During Katrina, of course, all of these houses flooded. Every house in this town flooded almost up to the railroad tracks. So this neighborhood and the beach took a really hard hit. These houses had a lot of water in them. They all had to be redone completely. But I don't think this storm's hopefully not going to be like that.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here, coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and you can see it. Doesn't look like much of a lake behind me. Looks more like the angry Atlantic, but this is what a persistent northerly wind will do to the South Shore area of Lake Pontchartrain. Still in a storm surge warning. The forecast 2 to 4 feet. We just keep seeing these waves and waves coming up here, and that is just the power of the wind. Now, as far as I've seen, we've seen very close to tropical storm force winds, but we haven't actually hit those tropical storm force winds yet. But here's the catch. We've got all night tonight into tomorrow with these tropical storm force winds continuing, and this is cumulative. You continue to see the wave energy build up as you stay downwind. So we're going to continue to see this storm surge. Now, I'm just off Lakeshore Drive. It is actually closed, and for very good reason. This water is making its way over and crossing the road in some places. So a dangerous situation to be on Lakeshore Drive. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see this storm surge getting out into any neighborhoods, but still Lakeshore Drive definitely being impacted.
Once again, we're back here in Bay St. Louis as we continue our coverage of Sally. It's a hurricane, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane, and just because it's weakened from a Cat 2 to Cat 1 doesn't mean anything as far as the impacts. Really, a little less wind, sure, but the rainfall totals are going to be on the real high end. We've seen this with Harvey. We've seen this with Florence in recent years. When these tropical storms or hurricanes slow down, the rainfall just adds up. We're talking an inch or two an hour over a longer stretch of time. And right now we're expecting some totals in excess of 20 inches. And we've got flood watches widespread from the Gulf Coast right up into central Alabama. And no doubt they'll be extended into the Atlanta metro area as we get into late this afternoon. If you're timing it out, say for Atlanta, we're thinking tomorrow night into about midday on Thursday. That's the timing right now for the very heavy rainfall. The wind is going to die down once the center moves on shore. And Carl, we're not talking about a Cat 4 like Laura was. So as you go inland, we're not going to get the kind of wind we had with Laura, and we're not going to have the numbers as far as customers without power. But still, we're going to have power outages and the inland flooding. And as we always say, the #1 killer in hurricanes, tropical storms, usually in most circumstances, is inland freshwater flooding.
Yeah, that is the huge worry in this case. We could be talking about historic flooding there along the northern Gulf Coast, and that is also going to saturate the ground and allow trees to come down a lot more easily. And because of the duration of this event, that certainly could bring a lot of trees down. But as Mike mentioned, probably not as much potential for structural damage in this case, certainly as compared to Laura. Now, what we're looking at is a storm that is moving very, very slowly, 2 miles per hour off to the northwest right now. It's expected to turn more to the north, slowly beginning to approach the coast either later tonight or during the day tomorrow. Still a lot of significant model differences in terms of that time, and generally the models have been trending farther east, so it appears to be taking aim on southern Alabama, but also could be more towards northwest Florida as well. And the structure of the storm is very much like what we've seen for the last couple of days, in that you've got this core and this eye wall that's trying to develop, but we're also seeing a lot of weather extending out to the east of the circulation and a lot of heavy rain. There have been some flash flood warnings around Panama City and northwest. Winds are getting stronger right now, gusting to 44 miles per hour in Mobile. Also seeing some pretty strong wind outside of where that rain is and over into New Orleans. So there's a look at the maximum storm surge potential. So this is how much we could potentially see if the storm comes in, right across your area. But already we're seeing a lot of these values being realized. So a life-threatening storm surge is now underway in Shell Beach in Louisiana, as well as at Bay St. Louis and also in Pensacola. And we're only going to see more of that because, again, the storm is going to take a long, long time to finally move in. And there's the rainfall forecast. Widespread areas of very heavy rain. You see that core that's sort of located near Mobile and Pensacola. It could be a foot of rain, but maybe some local amounts over 20 inches in these areas. And again, that's going to fill up the soil with water. And you add the prolonged period of hurricane force wind gusts to that, and you're talking about potential for a lot of tree damage in this area. And then all that rain is going to come up through eastern Alabama and on up into North Georgia. That's going to be more towards Thursday and Friday. And there could be significant flooding in these areas as well as into the western Carolinas. And our coverage continues right after this.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out. Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-354-4016. That's 1-800-354-4016 now.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
I knew SNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, look, we can do this.
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
We still hope and pray that Sally will not bring that type of pain and heartache. But my fellow Alabamians, Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted. We are looking at record flooding, perhaps breaking historic levels. And with rising water comes a greater risk for loss of property and life. For those living south of I-10 and in low-lying areas, I urge you in the strongest way possible to evacuate if conditions permit and seek shelter elsewhere as possible today. But this is not worth risking your life.
And the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, well, that just goes to show you that even when you're outside of the cone, you can still get big impacts. Storm surge warning in effect here, and you can see why. This is the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This intense northerly wind is bringing this water, covering this parking lot completely, and it's just kind of the beginning. We're going to continue with these northerly winds actually picking up. So we're going to continue to see this possibility for storm surge. That's why Lakeshore Drive is closed. Now, in terms of downtown New Orleans, you're not really feeling as much impact, but certainly along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, you're seeing the impacts of Sally even as it's far away.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. And let's talk about why this storm is not moving. And notice the jet stream winds off to the north there, extending up into the Ohio Valley and making their way to the Mid-Atlantic region. And so that's where the wind is. And that's the wind that could move the system. But right now that wind is well to the north. So it's sitting in an area of very weak steering flow. And that's why it basically has stalled out along the Gulf Coast here. Now, as we look farther off to the west, we do see a big U-shaped feature coming down into the southwest and into Texas. That's an upper level weather system that's going to slide eastward, and that's what will finally grab the storm and take it to the north. But when that happens is still an open question, and we're still seeing some really significant differences in the modeling. You notice the European model tonight at 7 p.m. showing the storm still offshore, the GFS showing it starting to move in, and then when we go into 1 o'clock tomorrow, again, a big difference in position between these two models. Jackie, over to you.
Carl, well, while the Gulf Coast is bracing for Sally, the West Coast struggling with massive wildfires. Some people are now heading back to areas that they had to flee. Our Justin Michaels made that anxious trip with one man who returned to see if his home might still be standing.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm gonna have a trailer. I think I'm still gonna have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Excellent storytelling there, Justin. And John, thank you for sharing that journey with us. I think it really helps us understand what these folks are going through. So let's take a look at what we know right now about those devastating wildfires that are scorching the western U.S. The fires have now claimed the lives of at least 36 people across 3 states, including Oregon, where a mobile morgue was set up on Monday. In California, over 16,000 firefighters remain on the front lines of 25 major wildfires across the state. So far, flames have forced evacuations of 60,000 people in California and more than 40,000 in Oregon.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations, all it takes is a shake.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-574-1372 for $1,000 off your walk-in bath, plus a free Kohler bidet seat with purchase.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-made.
Mom, we're so glad you're feeling better. You gave us such a scare.
I know, honey, me too. But I want you to know I'm at peace with my homegoing when my time is up. And did I also tell you that I got coverage for my funeral so you and your brother would not have to worry about expenses?
I didn't know you were saving money for your final expenses.
I haven't. I called the Open Care Senior Plan, and with one phone call, I was eligible for $30,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
The Open Care Senior Plan will pay up to $30,000 for funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how final expense coverage can help you. There's no obligation. Call 800-403-7817. That's 800-403-7817.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting to full force for this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Did you see and hear that? That was a little too close for comfort. Lightning in Boca Grande, Florida. I tell you what, I've been in that situation. People ask me what's the most dangerous thing out on the road. By far, lightning, without a doubt. those folks are okay. We're back here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. No lightning around. We got a little bit of a shower coming on through here. This is our first rain shower. We had one yesterday afternoon, but that's about it. In fact, if you look at the radar right now, you can see that we are not going to get much of anything all the way here in the western part of the state, southwest part of the state, here in Hancock County. But a lot of rain, already over a half a foot of rain in parts of the coast of Alabama. We've got crews there. We're going to go live there throughout the storm, and we're on the air around the clock all night tonight into tomorrow. In the meantime, the inland areas, we're concerned about Montgomery, Auburn, those areas away from the coast like Fairhope, anywhere north of Mobile, where you get away from the risk of surge and the wind issue, and then right up Interstate 85 into Atlanta. The latest European model puts over a half a foot of rain in parts of metro Atlanta. We'll see how that shakes out, and the timing on that is tomorrow night into about midday on Thursday. We got a long way to go, though, Carl Parker, because right now Sally is barely moving, and that's one of the reasons we're expecting the tremendous amounts of rainfall as it makes its move on shore and then up into Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas.
Yeah, that's right. There's an inverse relationship between forward speed with tropical cyclones and the amount of rain they produce. And so as they slow down, they produce a whole lot more rain. Right now, a Category 1 storm with 80-mile-per-hour wind, about 60 miles from the mouth of the Mississippi. The most important number in this little chart right there is northwest at 2 miles per hour. It is barely moving right now, and we expect that it is going to begin to make more of a move. There's still an open question as to whether or not that's going to be late tonight or is it going to be sometime during the day tomorrow. The models still disagreeing on that point, but they have definitely been trending farther east. And right now the forecast calling for a Category 1 storm to be approaching the coast either later tonight, overnight, or during the day tomorrow. And you can see where the modeling is for the most part centered there on the Mobile Bay area, but there's some guidance indicating it could be even farther to the east. So hurricane warnings are in effect now in southern parts of Mississippi, southern Alabama, and parts of the Florida Panhandle. That's where hurricane force winds can be expected. That eye wall is trying to get going there. We're seeing some very strong winds at some of the buoys that are well offshore, gusting to hurricane force. And already we're seeing bands of rain coming on shore. Flash flood warning for Bay County. That includes Panama City, and then also for Walton County off to the northwest. That's going to be one of the big worries with the storm. There you see the radar estimated rainfall, and already we've got some areas that have gotten more than 5 inches of rain, and the core of the storm has not even moved yet. So this is why we're so concerned about flash flooding over a large area where the storm is going to be coming in. Again, the winds gusting up to about 40, 45 miles per hour. And this is one of our wind gust forecasts indicating that eye wall starting to come in late tonight into the Barrier Islands, Jackie. But there are still some models indicating that it could be a lot slower than that. And the models really struggle when you've got such a light steering flow.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride with Sally for sure. And Sally's not the only thing that we're watching out there, too, in the Atlantic as we're in the peak of the hurricane season. We've got a number of different named storms and an invest and another area to watch. So here's a look at all of the cones of all the name systems that we have in the Atlantic right now. Of course, Sally is the closest to home. We've got Teddy, we've got Vicky, we've got Paulette. Let's start with Paulette, because this is the next one that's actually impacting the U.S. right now. It's been doing it for a couple of days. It really just has to do with the large size of Paulette and the way it's been churning up the Atlantic waters. So it's a Category 2 hurricane, made landfall in Bermuda early yesterday morning, really in the overnight hours the night before. But this is really bringing some rough surf, some beach erosion, and a high risk of rip currents almost all the way up and down the Atlantic seaboard. So not good conditions out in the water, not really great boating conditions either, even if the sun is shining where you are. Next thing we want to start out with is what's closest to home. And this is just a tropical wave that's sitting in the western Gulf right now. Only a 20% chance that that's going to develop into anything. It's really just going to meander here the next couple of days, but watch out, especially South Texas, for the chance of some heavy downpours. And then we've got an invest. This is Invest 98L. It's got a 70% chance of developing into a tropical depression or tropical storm. It will likely do that within the next 5 days, and certainly something to watch down the line. The next name on the list is Wilfred. That's the last name that we have on the list. Just shows you how active that we have been, and then we go into the Greek alphabet.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home stand world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, you're up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate. Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast.
The slower the storm, the more time you have to pile up that water.
It's going to be a very heavy rain producer, even well after it moves in the coast.
You still have time to make those final preparations.
We are back here live in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi on the western fringe of the impacts from Hurricane Sally, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. It is a Cat 1, but don't get let your guard down, because even though the winds are a little bit lighter than yesterday, we still have the whole issue with the slow movement, the battering waves, the surge, especially along and east of where the center comes on shore, which is going to be somewhere around Mobile, Gulf Shores, early in the morning. And then we have the inland flood threat. We're talking double-digit rainfall. Some spots may get over 20 inches because we have a very wet system, and it's going to be moving very slowly. Now, we'll pick up forward speed beginning tomorrow into Thursday, so that means the rainfall totals as you get farther up I-85, roughly, the heavy rain core is going to go right up that interstate, Montgomery, Auburn, into Atlanta by late tomorrow night and Thursday morning. Back here, we've had some surge issues. Take a look at the video. This is on the bay, on the west side of the bay. We shot this about 2 hours ago. Around high tide, you can see the water over the road, and the road leading up to the yacht club and the big building there. You can't get up there, and all the docks there are underwater. We've got a surge earlier, water rise of 3.5 feet, and right now 3.2 feet. Remember, that's above what is typically normally dry ground, so that gives you an idea. And the forecast surge here, 3 to 5 feet. That does not mean everybody gets a water level that high. The saving grace for us here, this far west and on the west side of where the center comes in, is the fact that we've got an offshore wind, north and northeast. We've gusted as high as 37 miles an hour, but even though the storm acts to push the water, the wind, the surface wind, acts to blow it out. High tide, you can see the high tide level right here, where you see the debris line. That was about 2.5 hours ago, so the tide is responding and going out. Many times, Carl Parker, when we have an approaching tropical system, the tide tries to go out, but it can't because the wind's blowing onshore. But that's not the case. Fortunately, on this side of the system, we've got an offshore wind, and we'll stay with that for the duration.
Yeah, usually easier on that side of the storm. Mike, thank you so much. And let's storm right now, which is a Category 1 hurricane, only moving to the northwest at 2 miles per hour. So that very slow forward speed is a big part of this story. That's going to make everything last that much longer. Right now, it is forecast to continue to be a Category 1 as it approaches, perhaps coming up towards Mobile Bay. And that could be late tonight or early tomorrow, maybe later than that. And then after that, moving up into Alabama, into Georgia, and eventually the Carolinas. I want to show you the latest run of the European model. The European has been a little bit of an outlier with respect to a lot of the rest of the guidance, in that it's been showing a slower system. Now not quite as slow as previous runs, but still pretty slow. And what it's showing is that basically through late tonight, not a lot of motion there, so it doesn't really start to make its move even through late tonight in this model depiction. Then it does begin to make its move overnight and into the morning, with the eye wall coming in there, maybe near Mobile or also northwest Florida, perhaps near Pensacola. Then, very interestingly, it shows it perhaps drifting a little farther to the east, which of course would raise the stakes for areas that are farther east, like Sandestin and Navarre. So certainly be on your toes there in northwest Florida. Be aware that we're seeing some changes in some of the modeling here. And the models in general have really been struggling with the system, as they often do when you've got a very light steering flow. When you've got really strong winds, it's generally easier to say, all right, it's going to pick the storm up. It's going to take it right into somewhere in here. When the steering flow is light, you've got all these variations. Just a little bit of a shift in the upper level pattern can make a very big difference. Then we see the storm coming up into North Georgia and some heavier rain along with that. And so that is going to continue to be a threat for quite some time. There's the current look at the eye wall. And you notice here that we've got flash flood warnings in Bay County as well as into Walton County. So that is among the principal concerns with this storm. The fact that we have seen so much rainfall already, Mike, over 5 inches in the last 12 hours from Panama City to Destin, and a lot more rain, part of this story upcoming.
That often is the case, Carl. Once these systems move inland, we lose certainly the threat for the significant wind, and the wind gusts, say 75 or 80 miles an hour in this case, but we keep the moisture with us. And because this is moving so slow, that's what we're emphasizing. For those of you inland, if you're in a flood-prone area anywhere across southern, central Alabama, say from the coast all the way up to about I-20, and then into Atlanta, into Macon, those areas, that stretch is where we're going to see a big slug of rain come in, and that's going to be from Sally. Again, the winds will be reduced, but there may be enough gust in some of the storms that we could see some trees uprooted because the ground is wet with all the rain, and that could knock out some power. So we do expect at least some sporadic power outages even inland later tomorrow into Thursday and Thursday afternoon as we get into Georgia. Dropping back to Bay St. Louis right now, we've had a few passing showers. This is the Gulf of Mexico, and the center of Sally is about 100 miles plus or minus a few off to her southeast. It's moving northwest at 2. It's going to turn north and then northeast. So this is about as close as it's going to get. And that's why if you look at the radar and you see the bands rotating around it, they're not really advancing towards us. And for that matter, we do no longer have a flash flood warning here in Hancock County and points off to the west. That includes New Orleans. Thankfully, they're in good shape. They still have some surge issues. We've had some water over some of the roads on those areas around Lake Pontchartrain. But by and large, the Big Easy is going to make it through this one in fine shape. And Weather Channel meteorologist Felicia Combs has been there over the past couple of days. She filed this report this morning from Lake Pontchartrain.
One of the places that's outside of the cone, but still dealing with significant impacts, that's New Orleans, at least around the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning still in place. And these winds have continued to pick up since yesterday. And this has been the result of what those winds are doing. First glance, you might be like, well, what is that? That is not part of the lake. That would